All right, hello. Give me 1 second to get Bob on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, everybody. What?
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. We're live.
Fun. Hi, everybody.
Hello, and welcome to the Shark Stream. It's me. It's Gage. Hi. How are you? I am joined today by Bob. Hello, Bob.
Hello. How are you?
Doing good. I want to go ahead and start by saying this is the reactive image that automatically loaded in when I put Bob's Discord user ID into Fujitech, and I decided to just keep it. I think it's appropriate as a noted Garf enjoyer.
I am one to appreciate the Garf, the lasagna cat.
But it has been I'm going to turn you up in Discord a little bit.
Sure, I can boost myself as well if you want. Would you like that?
I'll let you know. I think we're okay where we're at right now.
Okie doke.
But
the levels locked.
It has been a hot minute since you've joined the stream. You first joined the stream a couple years ago, I think, at this point.
Mm-hmm. Homecoming, if I remember correctly.
Silent Hill Homecoming? Shylon?
Yeah, no, that's how the Fog Boys, the official name for the fans of Silent Hill call all of the Silent Hill. It's actually Shylon Hill.
Yeah, that tracks. I'm not that deep into Silent Hill fandom, so I'm
clearly.
I'm still learning. I'm still growing.
No. You're doing it wrong, then. We don't grow here. Everything gets very small and sad in Silent Hill.
But yeah, that was I didn't have a VTuber model then. That was back when I was just doing just like straight. I completely lost my train of sentence. My train of sentence. What
Your
the
train of
fuck
sentence.
am I saying? Hi and welcome.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Shark Stream. I'm here with Gage.
Yeah, you just take the lead from here on out. Clearly, I can't be trusted.
Look, as someone who got stun locked for 4 years by the medium, I get it. I understand. The medium just has that kind of effect on people.
By the way, we're playing the medium today. I don't know if that was clear with the thumbnail in the background there.
Yeah, or medium depending on how you want to read that weird logo. But,
you gotta put the in the middle of the D sound. So it's like medium.
Medium.
Yeah, it's like Fan 4 Stick.
It just sounds like I have a lisp. So. Blue bar.
Medium is what people who call it Shylon Hill call it.
Exactly. on point with the yeah. So I hear we're playing the medium, which is my favorite game, as you can see. Another thing from the wonderful thumbnail that
number one
created.
fan, Bob.
I am known in the Silent Hill community to be a very strong proponent of the medium. Did you know that it's the first horror game
ever?
Did you know that the patent that Blueberry Team got for the game is very good and definitely worthwhile and worth keeping? And
totally normal thing to do. Also, 100%.
Yeah, very good effects on people's computers. Definitely aged super well. Definitely doesn't hang my computer up when I try to play it off of Steam now.
So I'm actually gonna. So Bob and I were talking before the stream. By the way, hello Gannon, hello Esamoka, hello Tukiozi. Esamoka, this is Bob. He has been on the stream previously years ago. Like I said, when I did my first stream of Silent Hill Homecoming, way back in the day before I started VTubing. And it was a good time. Fond memories of that stream.
Yeah, it was a good time. Yeah, we learned a lot, gained many friends. Yeah, no, that was great.
Fucked around with some weird glitches. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
We got hung up on that one like CYOA like part with what's his name, the gun guy.
Oh God, Curtis.
Curtis. Everyone's favorite Curtis.
How he wants to slap us and kill us.
Yeah. With his giant gun that shoots sausages. The bullet, literal hand cannon. Like, oh my God, they modeled that in such a funny way. Anyway.
But we were chatting before the stream, because hello, Hell's Chef, welcome.
Hell Chef, yo, how you doing?
Like the Garf Sona. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
That comes from. Actually, hold on. I will get their info and feed it to you. 1 second.
All right. While you're doing that, so we were talking before the stream. Bob was mentioning a time when he was getting footage for the medium, and how the part that we're at right now in the game, which is after the first encounter with the Maw, he started having serious technical issues on. You said it was on a 4090 graphics card. You were using the PC version.
Yes, my current. Okay, so their name, by the way, is OThatNK_VT. That's
okay.
On. NK is their other how they like to be referred to.
I wanted to double check. I'm gonna want to give that give that attribution in the video.
Posted it in the chat.
You don't have mod privileges, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Hold on. You're guessing. I might as well. How do I? Hold on. Block, report. That's not what I want to do. Ban.
Report me. I like that. I'm the #1 medium fan. I deserve to be reported.
It's not letting me do it from the OBS thing, so.
Here, I'll just send you a DM.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and post.
Yeah. So that NK. NK is a fantastic. She actually made another profile pic. She did it herself, and then she made another one that was just me and my normal face. Mm-hmm. And she was like, but I think you might like this one better. And then did the Garf one as a joke. And I was like, this is incredible. This is fantastic. Highly recommend checking out NK. NK is fantastic.
Amazing.
Also streamed with her a few times. And I think we're going to stream. Well, I need to talk to her. But anyway, getting off on a tangent. Yeah, so my current PC... I've got I believe I've got an i9 in here, and a newer i9, like within the past year, as the CPU, and a RTX 4090. And normally it crushes like games.
Right. Yeah.
It just absolutely annihilates, games. The medium, for some reason or another, and I'm going to do take another whack at this for more footage soon. But I tried a couple months ago to record higher quality footage for my upcoming video on the medium that I just didn't feel good about, because when the game first came out, I had to tone it down a lot, because it's optimized for shit. It is just terribly optimized. I think one of the things that was going around when it first came out was that even an RTX 3090, which was the best of the best like graphics cards that were publicly available and within a reasonable price range for average consumers, was like not even hitting a solid 60 on the game, and at 4K. And like, yeah, I played it originally on stream with a 2080 Ti, and it was rough. Like it was super funny too, because I think I did a video when I was streaming it. It's an issue that I've since noticed. What I actually have a word for it. It's called CPU. It's called CPU saturation. Okay. What happens is when a game basically overloads your CPU and takes over all of the processing, it can't work on anything else. So what happened is whenever I would inspect things that were in the dual reality mode, or whenever I would be in the dual reality mode and like walking around, the game chugged. It could not handle it. But then, and on stream you can see this, like everything just goes to shit. It just, the frames, it literally locks like to like 1 frame per minute at a certain point. But then I would inspect individual elements that would take me to a single frame of something, and instantaneously it would fix itself and the frames would come back and it'd be fine. And then I would get out of that and it would go back to absolute trash. So anyway, this is a long road to go to. I tried playing it with my 4090, and no, the spot where you're at is right around where I gave up doing a second recording at 4K, because we can talk about this when we get into the game, but the game also has an issue that has not been fixed as far as I know. There haven't been any major patches recently, and the latest one I think it was like a while ago.
Yeah.
But it has an issue when you use what is it called? The AI like frame generation and upscaling. I forget what it's called. It's like NVIDIA. GeForce.
I'm gonna go ahead and get the game started and share my screen with you so you can see what's going on real time. So 1 moment.
And yeah, it's called DLSS. DLSS 3, I believe, is the latest one. So when you use DLSS in the game, the field of view actually gets messed up, or not the field of view. The what is it called? The focus plane. So the actual like focal length of the footage gets messed up, and when you have it on, it doesn't like. It like when you have DLSS on, it like reduces it to almost a knife's edge, to the point where if you inspect stuff that has text on it, it actually, the stuff that isn't in the focal plane, it becomes unreadable because it gets so blurry. And so I tried not using that, and the game just it was like there's no perfect way to play it. It's just always fucked no matter what. And the part where you're at, I tried to play it at like raw, like natural 4K, and it just kept shitting itself. It never hit a solid 60, and if I can't play it at 4K with a solid 60, then there's no point, because I've already got all the footage in I believe I played it originally and recorded all of the footage for my second 100% run of the game at like I believe it was a half step. I think it was like 3K. No, I think it was barely above 3K. So anyway.
So right out the gate, I started this up. I'm noticing that there is a distinct delay. Also, I missed who the first person that followed there was. But Hell's Chef, thank you for the follow. And the person who followed before Hell's Chef, thank you for the follow. Kalathra, thank you.
Kalathra, hey, what's going on?
Also, Esamuka, yeah, basically what it boils down to, Bob is saying that game didn't run very good. Despite
game unoptimized.
Game bad. Let's just boil it down to that. But
game bad in many other ways.
We were talking about that, and it reminded me when this game was on Game Pass years and years ago when it first came out. I kind of wanted to play it, but I didn't want to like buy a copy of it for a couple reasons.
Who would?
One, I didn't want to spend money knowing what I knew, and two, I didn't have a Series X at the time. I only had an Xbox One, so I was just like, I've got PC Game Pass with my subscription. Like, maybe I can try it on my 10-year-old gaming laptop. So I install it. I open it up, go to the options, I turn every single graphical setting down that I possibly can to the lowest possible setting. And well, I have some footage here that I took.
Please show it.
to show everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and just drop the link in the chat, just to show everybody exactly how that went. So, watch that at your leisure.
Just imagine this game as a PowerPoint presentation. Just
basically.
someone frantically hitting the next scene button in PowerPoint as fast as they can.
You know, I didn't check the I record the VODs for this at 60 frames per second. I stream at 60 frames per second. I record the VODs at 60 frames per second. But I don't always think that OBS displays it at 60 frames per second. I haven't checked the VOD for the first stream. But I noticed when I was playing and I was looking at the... I'll actually start playing the game in a bit. Don't worry. No one's missing anything. Don't worry about it.
I can confirm.
But I noticed during the first stream, when it got to one... I think it's the second world shift when you're, like, going through the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Where it is, like, rapidly frame to frame going between one and the other. I did notice OBS wasn't displaying all of them, so it was just like a solid like 3 seconds of just the other world version.
Mm-hmm. This game is, when it comes to new technology, everyone else has to catch up, because of the incredible, the power, the raw power that this new technology brings to the table. We need to, as a society, catch up to where Bloober Team's at. It's definitely worthwhile to show, like, flickering between two different scenes, because that says so much and can't be accomplished with any other means than literally taking a game and then putting another game in it and asking your computer or your Xbox or your PlayStation to play them both simultaneously.
Very, very cool and good idea. Very normal thing for them to patent. I noticed booting this game up today that they display the patent number for that whole two worlds thing in their fucking legal information at the start of the game. I didn't notice that last week.
Yeah.
But on the topic of optimization and, technology needing to catch up and everything, just to show you how far ahead Bloober Team is, I'm noticing that when I try to move our girl here, whose name I've completely forgotten, Marianne. There is like a half-second delay between me moving the control stick and her actually doing anything.
Yes. So input delay is a thing that... Are you using DLSS?
I'm on Series X. I'm not 100% certain. I think I've got it on performance right now.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought for some reason I thought you were on PC, but yeah. You were mentioning that you were on Xbox. Yeah. Okay. That's fascinating. That's very funny. Apologies in advance, but yeah.
Game may just be bad.
Does it get any better when you're looking at this?
Let's see. Slightly, I'm noticing.
And back out.
There's a slight delay. Okay,
and now try
that's so. I am moving the control stick now. And now.
Well, there might be some input delay. Are you watching from your source feed, or are you watching from your computer?
I am staring directly at my television.
Huh. Mysteries abound in the medium.
Okay,
Bloober Team should also get a patent for being constantly confused.
So, okay, now I'm looking at this sign and moving the control stick now. So this one's a bit more responsive. So
see, this is what I'm talking about. When this is one of the minor things, but it's definitely a thing. So I've been kind of critical of Bloober Team in the past. Kind of. Just a little note here and there, especially when the stuff that we get to in the middle of this game happens. But I love this fucking this horrible fucking.
People were making Napoleon Dynamite references in 1999, right?
Yeah, definitely. I love here if you zoom in and look at you've got I feel so pathetic and ugly Laying Here Waiting for You, which is it's on the left and sort of in the middle of the page.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that last time.
That is a Silent Hill 2 reference to an incredibly powerful and sad moment from the end of that game. And to the immediate right of that, swag under. And where is Mike Enslin? I believe that is a Stephen King reference. I think that's Room, whatever, that one of the more forgettable Stephen King.
It's not 1408, right? Is that a Stephen King?
I think it's 1408. Yeah.
Okay.
1408 Stephen King, yeah.
You'd think I'd know these things being named after one of his characters, but go figure.
Go figure. And then, what was it? Fuck me, I'm bad. Stay in the lines. I don't.
We've got
some of these are. Yeah, tra-la-la, which is that could be multiple different references, but you will break.
I am cat and I liking my balls.
Yep, that's my favorite one. I was making my way to that one, but yes.
Oh boy.
I am is all one word, by the way. I am cat, and I am liking my balls.
Yeah, let's check out this radio real quick.
Mary.
Radio.
Happy. You're okay.
Sadness? Is that you?
Oh,
Are
she
you
got that
okay?
bumblebee tech.
What was
That's
that
literally
thing?
the joke that is in the
Hello?
videos. Oh, I guess this is Bumblebee.
Fine. Richard.
Richard? No,
Richard.
Sadness. The man I'm looking for is named Thomas. Who's Richard?
Who's Richard?
Who is Richard?
He's a dick. That's what he is.
Hero.
Mm-hmm. There's a line that's coming up soon. Actually, pretty
Are you
soon.
trying to show me the way?
Where a character in the game says, let me be frank with you, and the guy's name is actually Frank. It just tickled me. I don't know why. It's fucking goofy.
That is pretty good. So it's something that I remember. So when I started this game, my goal was I wanted to give it as much of a fair shake as possible.
Mm-hmm. And to be clear, like, and I will do this in my upcoming video, but like, I do that to an extent. I give the game, like, especially at the beginning, like when you first get to Neva, like, it's kind of cool. Like when you first get there, and it's like it kind of like pretends like it's going to open up and let you kind of do whatever you want and explore around, but then you soon realize that it's all pretty like. Everything has been sacrificed for the critical path. Yeah. Because they don't really have much of a idea of what they want you. They want you to explore, but they want you to explore in their confines, which is like kind of. I mean, you can do that, but you gotta have a real solid idea of what you're trying to say. Like, Devotion did that to an extent, but even Devotion has moments where it opens up and it lets you get kind of lost. And I feel like that, especially in horror and in this type of horror that's cribbing heavily from Silent Hill and Resident Evil and all those games, you kind of have to give the player the freedom to get lost, because being lost is in itself kind of the point. So it's just weird when they like slam you into the like critical path and want you to keep moving in a very specific way. And if you stray from that path, did you find the glitch right before the scene where you can actually fall down when I think it's the first time that you're messing around in the elevator and you're learning how to do an out of body experience? You can fall down the elevator shaft and get stuck.
I don't think I found. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I remember something happening. Also, hi, Spider-Man. Welcome.
What's up, Spider-Man?
Some of the visuals are really good. It's just a shame how much of it all falls apart. Yeah, that's like that's one thing I say consistently. It's just like, this game looks really good.
And I feel like that's kind of Bloober's thing. Like, if you want to say anything like positive about him, and even like the real haters will readily admit that like their art team they're not sleeping. They're awake at the wheel.
True.
Though it is kind of unfortunate that the vast majority of this game is just cribbing heavily from Zdzisław Beksiński. But apparently they got credit for that, but you know, that's a whole other thing.
First time in the stream, always down to hear this game get ripped a new one. Well, you're in the right place. But yeah, what I was getting at before was just like, I was just like, okay, I already have a lot of preconceived notions about this game because mostly through you, I know a lot of the bullshit that happens. So I'm aware of the directions this game goes in and just kind of like what that's just absolutely. But I was just like, okay. At the very least, I try to be an ethical hater, you know? Like I want to I don't generally like talking shit on something if I haven't given it like experienced it firsthand, given it some kind of a chance. Like
sure.
For God's sakes, I watched all the Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey movies.
Hey, yeah, and you know
they're
all bits
bad.
Of Twilight that yeah. Like it's bad, but it's like that's the thing that I feel like I get kind of placed in this sort of like, oh, he just hates Bloober Team because he's a hater. He criticizes because he doesn't like, you know, he just blindly hates it. No, I do. It's not that I hate it. It's that there are very specific things that I know that they could have done better and they should have done better. And it's the inconsiderate sort of approach to the very sensitive subjects that really gets my goat. Like, and I think that it's totally valid and fine and even good to experience what the Bloober have made and understand like what they were trying to say and how they were trying to say it. And while also critically like analyzing that and being like it's hard to have a conversation when you are like sort of playing telephone with what the other party is trying to say. Right. So and there's also, you know, I'm not going to pretend like there's not some interpretation going on here. There is to an extent, but in, you know, in my opinion, things get very black and white later on. And the way that the game sort of approaches these subjects, it's going to be kind of brutally obvious what is up. So, but yeah, no, that's valid. And so coming at it from this perspective, how are you feeling about the game so far?
So one of the things that I was thinking immediately going into it, just like, okay, what's one of like the sort of like surface level basic, I'm going to read this real quick actually before I continue so that I can like walk around while I'm talking about this. I keep seeing it in my dreams, the other place, dust and death as far as the eye can see, a feeling of nothingness tearing at my soul. I wake up choking, feeling the dust burning through my lungs. I beg for it to stop. He says there's no helping it. Then again, Then again, he would say that, wouldn't he? It's the wrong emphasis you've got there. He would say that.
He would say that, wouldn't he?
Say that.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, yeah, the emphasis is kind of awkward there.
But I was just thinking about like, okay, what is like one of the like surface level basic complaints people have about this game that I've seen constantly, like kind of regardless of what they thought about like the experience as a whole, and it's, oh yeah, the main character doesn't stop talking. So I was just like, okay, I've kind of calmed down on that as a criticism for the most part in my life, because I've realized, right, I do that, actually. Like, I fucking found myself, I was home by myself one day, and I found myself talking to myself as if I was like speaking video game like objectives out loud to remind the player what they were trying to do. I was just like, oh, okay, this is just what I do, huh? Isn't okay? So I was just like, okay, it's not that weird. It is a thing that people do. I'm not gonna like. That's not something I should harp on. Jesus fucking Christ, this game.
Yeah.
It is. I was talking about this the other day. I was in a another person's stream, and we were kind of discussing it in chat, and it is almost embarrassing levels of tell don't show.
Yes.
Which I know continues because I've heard about things that this game does. But it's just like, I kept coming up to points in this game where it's just like, there were points where it's just like, there has to have been a more efficient way of doing this than just having the protagonist say what's happening. Like, I don't even necessarily mind, like, the, snarky comment about whatever's going on or whatever we're looking at or anything like that.
Right.
It's just... There's places where it's just like, there is a better way that you could have done this, without a doubt.
And it's one of those things where I feel like Bloober kind of fell into the idea that I feel like Downpour did this as well. That like they approach speaking and voice acting as like a technical feature, like a objective like improvement upon the past and what previous like horror games have done. So in this game, you can really kind of feel them trying to do their best Heather Mason impression with Marianne, but they fail they fail immediately because what they're trying to do is something that Heather is doing in her head. She's not saying these things out loud when the text comes up. So, and I think that's kind of the delineation here, which is like, when you have someone speaking something out loud, not only is that a way of completely eviscerating whatever tension you had been building up to that point, because that's why people talk to themselves out loud, it's like to calm themselves down,
right?
And especially in scary situations. So I have no like qualms with like the idea of it being quote unquote realistic for Marianne to be talking to herself in this situation. Honestly, that totally like tracks with me. The problem is that if you're trying to make a scary game, then that kind of undermines you like the whole time. Like, not to mention the other thing is
First Thomas, then Richard. Before
like
I
this
knew
is
it,
stuff
I was
that
looking for a bunch of strangers. At least sadness was still with me, in a way.
There was a moment earlier where she was talking and I thought it was her internal monologue because the text was italicized, and then I turned the model around and her lips were moving.
Yep.
I was just like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's a thing I bring up in my video actually is, I mean, how can I not? Because they have overloaded the narrative devices here in a way that like, okay, whenever Marianne talks, because most of the time you're pushing her forward and you don't see her lips moving, your brain has to like register like, okay, is this Marianne in the present
or
in the past
device.
Present or the framing device? It's like what it's like it's just like
we've got too many layers. We got too many layers.
Yeah, it's like they really suffered from trying to like take the Silent Hill like Silent Hill 2 like and Resident Evil format of like locked off cameras and restricted camera movement and all that stuff and artistic like sort of camera angles and just fucking trying to like plus it up and plus it up and plus it up until it's just like what even is this? This is like nuts.
Yeah, and I mean I can see where like the evolution. Also, hi Lucas, welcome. Game Over Hell and Chad's my buddy Lucas.
Hello Lucas.
But I can see where sort of like the evolution of that comes from because like I don't mind it so much in Downpour because I'm a Downpour apologist, but
hey, yeah, I like Downpour.
So I can see like this game, Downpour, Shattered Memories, other recent horror games and everything. I can see the narrative evolution where it's just like, oh, this is just the new version of flavor text.
Yes.
Like how in like classic Silent Hill games, you'd walk up to something, or in Homecoming's case, you walk up to fucking everything, click on it, and there's like some blurb about like with the character's thoughts. And it's kind of funny you bring up Silent Hill 3. I was replaying that because that's the next game that I'm doing on Saturdays after the Medium. Because my whole thing was that I was going to play through the first 4 Silent Hill games and then the Medium, but the Medium would get bumped up if we got a release date for Silent Hill 2 Remake. With basically the idea of, okay, this is what Bloober Team thinks they're making. Here's what we're worried they're going to make. And
Is that?
Oh, by the way,
hope this is not Chris's blood. Sorry, continue.
this blood, I this just reminded me I need to hit up my bud Mario. Do you remember when the Neva massacre happened?
This blood is way too red.
Exactly. Why is it that red?
When you started talking about it, I'm just like, oh, I know exactly where you're going with this. Because Mario, that's he was on the autopsy simulator stream, right?
Yeah.
The medical examiner?
Yes, he is. And so he would know, and I'm confident that he would agree with me. I did a bunch of research as well just to make sure. But yeah, oxidization of blood, and yeah, it kind of turns it to almost a black. Like definitely, like in that situation, it would not be. That is like a comical level of black. Not that I'm looking for realistic gore all the time, but at the same time, like a really great way of. To your point, like showing and not telling, which this game is about to do a lot of fucking telling.
So excited.
Would be to show, like, you know, the blood being darker, and then being like, oh, so yeah, this has to be from the Neva. Like your brain connects these things, and that's why Silent Hill 2 and the Silent Hill games do it really well, because they do these things in a very subtle way where you connect the dots instead of some voice actor overacting every fucking thing. And piecing the story together for you. Anyway.
On that note, so I am trying to remain optimistic about Silent Hill 2 Remake. I've talked about this multiple times before. I want Bloober Team to prove me wrong.
Yeah, me too.
Like, so much. And to that end, I will say, I think, because I follow Whitney on Twitter as well, Kemiro, who, you know, I also appreciate that she's also being incredibly optimistic about this. Kind of helps to balance out a lot of what I see on Twitter with regards to that game. I remember she was sharing shots from, I think, the recent trailer. And one of the shots was showing James's ring finger on his left hand, and how, like, the skin is paler, and implying that he hasn't had his wedding ring off that long.
Right.
And I'm just like, that's kind of neat. That's kind of a nice detail.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's tough, because while that is an interesting detail, and I do like the level of thought put behind it, they also messed up the reflection in the. I don't know if you saw in the when James is pulling down the noose, it's on the wrong finger.
Oh.
And so even the subtle details is like they're not really being consistent and like actually like sticking to their guns with these creative decisions.
Maybe that was flipped for the trailer.
It's maybe, I don't know. Who knows what happened? Because apparently a bunch of people are getting a hold of the trailers before Bloober's just not in control of that, and Konami's like doing it, and so Konami might be just like horizontal flipping them for whatever fucking reason.
Yeah, did you see, like, God, what was it? It was the fucking news article where, like, a Konami exec was just like, yeah, you know, Yamaoka and Ito, they wanted to change a bunch of stuff, but Bloober Team was just like, no, we're going, like, hard line, keeping it exactly the way that it was. And, like, there were a bunch of people talking about how, like, this is an insane thing to admit to. And I know, because we have heard about this, that the development of the Silent Hill 2 remake has kind of resulted in a bit of bad blood between Bloober and Konami at this point. So that feels like them intentionally throwing them under the bus.
Yeah, even without I've got a couple inside tracks on some of the goings on at both Konami and Bloober, and I mean, even without having
Yeah.
some context doing that stuff,
Sorry. Thank you for the subscription, Gray.
even without that, like it's brutally obvious based on Peter Bobbiano, the head of Bloober, coming out and being like openly like passive aggressive about some of the Konami's decisions, like especially when it comes to marketing, which is like that's I don't even necessarily blame Konami for that. That's just Konami being Konami. Like
Right.
these are the people who decided to release like 3 or 4 different Silent Hill like products in 1 month, and just completely oversaturated like the Silent Hill fandom like with like bullshit, like a movie that was Revelations 3D. This was the month of madness, I think, from like a
Back
while
in 2012.
ago. Yeah.
Was it
And
2012?
so
Yeah, it was 2012.
I'm pretty sure it was 2012.
Because it was
like
Downpour, the HD collection, and the movie.
Book of Memories as well.
Oh god, yeah, Book of Memories at the same time.
Yep, the Silent Hill game that I am in the credits of.
You and
But anyway.
Voidburger.
Yep, me and Jess. Yep.
As BB Kamok.
Yeah, BB. Yeah, my old. Yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, we were talking before this. You were talking about how you changed your name, and I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I just yeah. You come up with something when you're a kid, and you think it's like cool, and then you're using the same name when you're almost like 40, and it's like, I don't know about this anymore, man. I think I'm good. Anyway.
It's nuts to me that there are people who only know about Silent Hill and Resident Evil as only movies.
Yeah, I actually have someone in my community. Maybe he's here. I will not out him otherwise as this person, but I have someone in my community who got into the Silent Hill games and the universe because the first Silent Hill movie is like one of if not their favorite movie ever.
I still really like the first one. I'm actually pretty excited to see what Christoph Gans does with Return to Silent Hill, even if that name kind of sucks.
Yeah, the name is. Ugh. Also, the costume design for James is. What is going on? Are they? I don't understand what.
I think
Gans is
Maria
doing.
looks pretty good. I like what they're doing with Maria.
You like the wig? You like that?
I do, because, and I talked about this on Twitter, it implies a level of artificiality which plays into who Maria is as a character.
This is yeah. Okay. Yeah. You convinced me. Give her an even bigger wig. Make it more ridiculous.
My dearest,
Although,
I wish this was it. Sorry, documenting game.
Yeah. Go.
My dearest, I wish this was it. The moment I pluck up the courage and actually send this one seems so easy. Just throw it in the mailbox. Then why can't I? Someday, I promise. I love you with all my heart. F. It didn't even occur to me that all of these postcards that he's writing, he's not actually sending these.
Yeah. Because
I found
yeah.
4 of these at this point.
Yep.
My guy, your loved one doesn't know what's up.
Poor F.
Poor F.
Kalathra, yeah. Keep out, yeah. You know, Kalathra, I think your name is cool, though. I think your name stands the test of time. Once you realize that my old name, it was just me misspelling comeback backwards because I got banned off of a old, like, place. It was called, like, the Gaming Nebula or something.
So
and I got banned because I literally copy-pasted the... I made new accounts for every single Space Ghost character, and I recreated the entire episode of Flip Mode in one thread. And they were like, what the fuck is it? And I just got banned.
So it was supposed to be Cabamok?
Yeah, it was supposed, but I horribly, like, I don't know. I just felt like that was how it sounded, so that's how it should be written. And I don't know. I was and still am weird.
Hello, Daisy Maisy 02. Welcome to the Shark
Daisy
Stream.
Maisy, what's up, Daisy?
Yeah, with me, it was just like I had gotten my rebrand to Acid X Shark happened relatively recently, and I had been meaning to do it for a while, but the issue was that just Acid Shark without the X in the middle of it was taken on a bunch of platforms already, and I didn't know. Like, I tried like an underscore, a hyphen. I was just like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But then when I ultimately decided to do like the big rebrand, I'm just like, why don't I just put like an X in the middle of it? That's the kind of like edgy bullshit I actually kind of like. And here we are, and I am happier for it.
Nice.
Got another document. Francis, what am I supposed to do with you? Once Neva shut down, you begged me to keep you on. Said you needed time to sort things out. Said you could be useful. But now I know you're just using me as an excuse. Like those letters you keep writing. I know you never sent a single cut.
That is such
I
a
was just
fucked
talking
up.
about this.
Like, yeah, literally. And it's funny because I feel like Bloober put this in there because they wanted to like, oh yeah, you had that revelation and now we're gonna build off of that revelation. And it's just like they couldn't just let an interesting thing like lie. They couldn't even leave it like unsaid. Like Frank has to say, hey, I'm not I'll send these postcards one day, even though that's implied because the postcards are there. Like it's not like he's writing 2 postcards, sending one off and keeping one for himself. There, like he might be receiving them, but there are other ways that you can like imply that. And like, like the fact that he's talking about his time at Neva, it's like already kind of implied. It doesn't need to be done, but then they just hammer it home, and you'll see it even later, like when we go into certain people's mind palaces where things that you think might be subtly implied are just beaten into the dirt over and over.
Mind palaces. Oh god.
Oh, did I spoil it? Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about spoiling. I don't care, but like now I'm just like, oh no.
Oh yeah, we go full psychonauts at a certain point, multiple
don't make
times.
me think about a better game. Okay, so
it's that Mystery Science Theater joke of, how dare, that's unfair. You're not allowed to put a good movie in a bad movie.
So like, I'll admit that, like, putting it in the postcard being like, maybe this will be the one I finally send. I'm okay with that, because it's just like I said, I hadn't realized that, like, oh yeah, we've been finding these. He hasn't actually been sending them. Mm-hmm. This does just feel like maybe a bit much. Like, that, I think after you have the guy writing the postcards be like, maybe I'll send these one day, I think that's enough establishment of just like, oh yeah, this is kind of weird that he's not sending these, isn't it?
Yeah,
but then,
and it's also one of those things.
Pick this up in the next room.
Yeah, you pick this up in the next room. It's like, oh yeah, well that revelation is like, I guess that's absolutely double, triple confirmed.
If I didn't get it before.
When you realize who this is such a completely unnecessary letter. Such a overtly aggressive, shitty thing to do to someone who. Are you okay with spoilers? Do you want me to tell you like who this is and what's going on?
Let's hold off. Let's hold off a little bit. I generally don't care about spoilers, but
all I'll say is that this is such a dick move for the person who wrote this. This is such an unneeded, unnecessary slap in the face, and it is goofily evil. Anyway,
today's secret word is mean-spirited. All right, where was I? Okay, like the letters you keep writing, I know you never send a single goddamn one. Family's doing good, Mr. Rekovich. I'll probably go home this next spring. Summer at the latest. Who are you kidding, Frank? Hell, as long as you're here, I can at least keep an eye on you. Make sure you don't get hammered and pass out in a snowdrift. Guess it's the least I can do. Good old Frank, too scared to live, too stubborn to die. Sometimes I feel guilty using you like this, but then I remember I need all the help I can get. Is this guy's family dead? Like, is that what it is?
That's interesting.
Like, I'm reading this and it's just the thing about him, like, probably go home this spring, and then the next line being like, who are you kidding? Maybe I can keep an eye on you, make sure you don't get hammered, pass out a snowdrift. Just like, this doesn't strike me as somebody who's doing well mentally. This strikes me as somebody who's in denial.
Yes.
Okay.
The second part, extremely. Actually, I don't even need to spoil it for you. You can put the pieces together in the previous room that you were just in. So if you go back, you're doing something that I love personally, because Bloober Team have overloaded sort of like a lot of elements of this game on you, and I feel like you have forgotten some of the things that they have been teaching you up into this point, and I totally understand why, because they have given you too much and they want you to do so many things, and it's just like when I inspect something, I just want to inspect it.
I
just want
forgot
to click
about
at
insight.
exactly.
Cover your nose. Try not to look at him. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can get out of this place.
Definitely didn't need to feel that.
I thought she was being suspiciously quiet during this sequence.
Yep, you're missing a lot of commentary. So if you go back,
Fuck. Okay, hold on. Hold on, everybody. We gotta backtrack.
you gotta backtrack.
Oh shit. Okay. God, where's the door here? Hold on. Oh, right. Hole.
Oh right, hole. Also, I did see. I've been waiting to say this. Spider-Man. Yes, you remember Marlin the Ghost. Do you realize, Spider-Man, how long ago that was?
Let's not
We
talk
are
about it.
old. That is disconcerting. All right, I think it might be
The
this one.
nurse, she did it. She killed them all. It was like something possessed her.
Good
Is
line
that
read.
really what you want us to put?
Oh,
up
he's
with?
mocking them. Okay.
It's what I saw.
Oh, Francis.
But how? Why?
I was literally like 3 seconds away from being like, oh wow, you know, they're actually like holding back on like the constant like commenting on everything in this section. This is actually really nice, and just like, oh, because I need to input to get the commenting on everything.
Exactly. They want to make you feel like it's your fault that she's talking so much and not theirs.
Let
Yeah,
me
here.
be Frank.
Problematic. My superiors wanted to
Frank
go
is like,
away.
well, who the fuck am
I
I?
wanted to go away. You can see how your statement complicates that, comrade.
Yes, I understand.
Some
Oh,
Oh, what was she
hold
gonna
on.
say?
We gotta find out.
This
Hold up.
case is problematic. My superiors wanted to go away. I wanted to go.
Malevolent Faye be like,
You can
let
see
me
how
be
your
Frank.
statement complicates that,
My name now.
comrade.
Yes, I understand.
I
some
understand.
things don't just go away. They stick. They echo.
Oh, she called it. It's the echo because it's called an echo. Do you get it?
No, I have to be told at least 4 more times.
Okay, well let me see if I can find anything else. Hold on. There's
Thank
nothing in
you
this
very
one.
much. Also, I want to point out more red blood, bright red blood.
I think this is something. So there is a degree of tell don't show that could be useful here, where if they wanted to do so, like they don't need to make it like pitch black, like super oxidized. Like they could make it like a rusty brown color, and then have her be like, "Is this oh god?" or something to that effect. Like there is a degree to which that would be useful in that context, but like no, now it's just yeah.
If I were in charge of it, I'd have her go up and be like, "What is this? Like rust or oh god?" And then just keep it at that. Like you don't even need to call it out really. It's just like or depending on her character, like maybe she knows more about this stuff. Like maybe her background
She does work in a funeral home.
yeah, so maybe she's used to blood, so maybe then it would be actually useful to be like, yeah. Or even more interesting, she could mention like, why is this looks like it's fresh.
Oh,
You know, and then it's like, see, that's what horror, really good horror understands the power of implication. And this is one of the main things that the Bloober team and this game in particular fundamentally do not understand. Like the power of implication, the power of show don't tell, and I mean, so many. This game fucks up in so many ways, but also tension. Just like understanding how tension works, and big fresh blood on the spot on the wall over there. That's ridiculous. But
in
anyway,
short, game bad.
game very not good. But yeah, Kalathra mentioned this earlier, and I wanted to highlight it. Like, one of the things that I get a lot is that, you know, people like to call me like a hater, or like, you know, all that stuff, and you know, I entertain it to a certain extent. But
Right.
I definitely am of the opinion that like Bloober Team can and should do better. And I don't criticize in a vacuum. You know, I criticize publicly, openly, and I know for a fact, because Bloober Team have told me that they read my stuff and they watch my stuff and they want to do better. And so it's like, I'm criticizing so that they do better. I'm not criticizing for the sake of criticizing. I'm not being a dick to be a dick.
Right.
I'm being a dick partly because it's entertaining.
Partly.
In some ways, it's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
But also, like, I feel like when I get really pissed off about stuff, people can understand. And playing this game, there was a section where it's just like, you know, kind of coasting, like, yeah, it's bad, but it's not like the worst. And then the middle and the ending happen, and it's like, what are we doing? You know, this is so antithetical to like
Locked.
art, or not art, but like, it's so antithetical to the idea of good art, which is the power of art to change people's minds and to express this. I won't get into it anyway. I will say that this game is like, you know, it is artistic. Like, I'm not trying to remove that from it because it is conveying an idea, but I feel like we should, everybody who plays it should like approach it with that same idea, that it is conveying an idea that should be examined, that should be talked about. And I feel like that's something that's happening in the larger, like, not just the Silent Hill community. Oh God.
Might be useful. If only I could reach him.
Bolt Cutter's getting a lot of play in horror games recently, I've noticed.
These bolt cutters, they are the source of an extremely stupid line later, and I will just let you experience that, and I will not spoil it for you. But those bolt cutters are extremely cringe, and you will find out why later.
Oh, I can't wait.
But yeah, like, I don't know, I'm talking too much, but yeah, basically, like, have you been scared in this game yet? Has anything scared you?
Once there was a jump scare that got me. I think it's oh God, what was it? It was before the encounter with the maw, where you have to separate yourself from your body and like explore like a bunch of like the
Let me guess.
residence rooms, and there's the one with the bathtub,
The one where
that
you
look
peep
through the
the
hole.
bath. Yep.
That got
is,
me.
I specifically talk about that. It is like the only point where this game is like, oh fuck, right, we're a horror game. Shit, we need to do something scary, and then they do that, and I love it because that character that pops up, who the fuck is that? Like, it's just Nosferatu out of fucking nowhere. Like, you can pause the frame where that dude jumps up. He's like a vampire guy. Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
How did you? Ah, shit.
Shit.
Well, that's my 7 years bad luck.
Shut up.
What the
See,
fuck is? Oh, that's the maw. He's hanging out in the background. Oh no, he's gone. Okay, never mind.
I feel like, yeah, that right there is a good example of like how this game, it's not necessarily the fact that Marianne is saying all of this shit, but it's also what she's saying.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it was like relegated or like directed and constrained to a few like ideas of what she's what should be conveyed when she says something with her voice, I think it could be done better. But right now it's just literally like, it's like a writer just like did a line of cocaine and was just like, I'm gonna write literally everything that I can think of that someone could say in this situation, and we're gonna use all of it.
Funny top.
Inspect.
Vintage Beyblade.
There you go.
Hey,
I remembered
up.
Insight, don't worry.
come on,
Okay.
Slowpoke. I've got an idea.
I was just trying to remember the word
Show that
vintage.
weirdo. What are you gonna do?
There were some kids here.
One of them was a lady trying to sound like a little boy, and it's very obvious.
But what are you gonna do?
God. So for my playthrough of so for Silent Hill 2 and 3, the most accessible version of those games that I have it's still the HD collection. Which on a Series X, I talked with you about this last time you were on, about how like, oh yeah, playing the HD collection on Xbox One is actually like a better version of the game than it was on the 360. Weird update on that. If you're playing on Series X, there's parts where like the semi-transparent fog textures flicker that wasn't there on the Xbox One. It's not constant. The main area that I notice it is in Silent Hill 2, like the very first one when you're on like the overpass.
That's unfortunate.
It's weird.
Well, I think everybody.
Like, how does that happen on the Series X but not the Xbox One? How does that happen on the more powerful system?
Yeah, I think it. That's getting into a whole rabbit hole of emulation and why things, why we even need emulators in the first place, which is just, it's a whole complicated mess.
Ooh,
but
funny doggy. Sorry.
Funny doggy. But no, I can get distracted by funny doggies all the time. That's what YouTube's for.
Here I come.
That voice.
Puppy, bark bark. But yeah, Daisy, remember in Knives Out, Ryan Johnson said that the reason a drop of blood stays red the whole movie rather than oxidizing is because audiences wouldn't realize what it was otherwise. And yeah, I don't want to be, and that's something that I'm struggling with a lot with my video, which is just like constantly being like CinemaSinsy and just like nitpicking the shit out of everything.
Yeah.
Without understanding like why the creative decisions were made and respecting that creative aspect of art. But at the same time, like there are so many like bad calls in this game that it's hard to give them hard to give Bloober Team the benefit of the doubt, because especially when we come into the later stuff, it's just like, okay. But anyway, I can also understand like that something is blood in other ways than just it being red liquid, you know. Like I can, like you can actually have someone say like, oh, is this like, especially like we were talking about, a perfect solution, which we just workshopped, is to have Marianne's history in with medicine and in general with potentially blood, coming in and having her like sort of react to that, because I feel like it's more important to establish sort of a realistic environment rather than like a sort of a haunted house one. And I feel like this game really kind of leans heavily on the sort of haunted house aesthetic, and it's annoying. Anyway, I'm sorry, Skeptical Moose. I will stop talking so that the bear stops spinning.
For the record, I am enjoying spinning the bear.
Okay.
Did you know that both control sticks spin the bear? And you can use
Yes.
both of them at the same time? So like I can just go like this.
Did you know that you can did you know that this is only useful in like I think there's like I think you can inspect stuff in your menu, but the only time that it's ever worthwhile or it makes sense to spin something is literally in these scenes, where you don't even have this in your menu,
I'm sure they hear
in your inventory, I should say.
No, Bernard wouldn't do that. He's nice. Ugh, she's talking to herself again. What a freak.
What does she think she is? Some kind of video
Don't talk
game
about her
protagonist?
like that. Shut up, Bernard.
Oh, is that it? Okay. But yeah, so for Silent Hill 2, because Silent Hill 2 in the HD collection is the only one where you can switch between the new voices and the old voices, I kind of like the new ones a little bit.
You know, I was openly sort of thinking out loud on a stream recently, where we watched the Silent Hill 2, the new remakes, the remake stuff, and I was just kind of like, am I broken? Am I just completely incapable of hearing someone say Angela's lines in a way that Angela has never said them?
Yeah.
like, can I just not hear that without cringing? like, I miss, and Lost is such a amazing introduction to Angela, and it's so quirky and weird, but and that's one of the things that I love about Silent Hill 2, and that I eventually will get around to doing a full video on my thoughts on Silent Hill 2, because nothing has elucidated those thoughts more than playing a pale, shitty imitation of it in the medium, and getting very close to watching someone play a playthrough of the medium of Silent Hill 2 remake. I mean, but yeah, it is very interesting. One of the things that I love about Silent Hill 2 is how human it is. It's so flawed in so many interesting and unique ways, and that's why I really don't like anyone who wants to remake Silent Hill 2 without doing a proper like remaster, like a Metal Gear Solid 3-esque like sort of like remaster of it. Or maybe not so much Metal Gear Solid 3, but a better example maybe be like what is it called? Demon Souls, or Blue Point remaster.
The Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah. I do not envy anyone doing that, because in a lot of ways Silent Hill 2 is its flaws.
Yeah.
And to change them is to, and try to quote unquote correct them, is to kind of miss the point, or like it's like it's exactly like the situation of that one painting of Jesus.
With the restoral.
The restored Jesus painting, and it's just like smeared, and I feel like no matter what, you're going to end up doing that, because you're not trying to preserve the imperfections.
Yeah, one thing that I think is interesting is that I've seen kind of like happen just over like the last couple years is people kind of coming around to like admitting the realization that the voice acting in Silent Hill 2 is bad, and it's not necessarily on purpose.
Right.
But that's kind of part of the whole package as a result. Like, I was talking about this where it's just like, I don't mind like the new voice acting for the HD collection, like realistically speaking, but the difference between them is just like the new voice acting is on a technical level good, but everybody sounds like a voice actor.
Yeah.
The original voice acting is on a technical level bad, but everyone sounds like a human being.
Right. In certain situations, there are plain old terrible line reads, and I feel like a lot of them come from our boy Guy Seehee. Rest in peace.
Wait, did he die?
He's not dead. But boy howdy, is he dead to me? But anyway,
the 5G towers haven't gotten him yet.
The 5G tower. Oh, that COVID. Oh, that conspiracy. Oh, I wonder what Trump would do in Silent Hill. Anyway, we're getting political now, baby. Anyway,
oh god.
Trump's living in his own Silent Hill. Trump Silent Hill is just a normal town without McDonald's.
Guys, come on. It's dark in here. This isn't funny.
I really don't think we should.
God.
Shut the heck up, Bernard.
Guys!
Oh, kids can be such assholes sometimes.
The butterflies.
The butterfly. Butterfly, come fly with me.
Butterfly, wait.
Another thing
What is it?
that kind of yoinky sploinked from Silent Hill 2. The whole butterfly / moth motif. Oh, who is at my front door? Could it be a kitty?
Oh?
A cat. There's a cat. I just turned on my ring to see a cat taking a dump on my front porch.
Amazing.
The stray cats are very cute.
As
I
is
like
its
them.
right.
Yes. Oh, speaking of cats, what's
Yeah,
up,
look
kitty?
at this.
Yeah.
What's that say? Snowdrop.
Yes, Snowdrop.
Why do I have this?
That's a very good question that I was trying to figure out how to broach without being too spoilery.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Okay. Is this going to be one of those things where it's just like, oh, they gave me all the clues for the puzzle and the character just solves it themselves? Because
I don't know.
that
Has
the
that
game
happened
doesn't.
before?
Not yet. I know it will happen, though.
How about even better? This is a puzzle that doesn't that I wouldn't even constitute as a puzzle. You got a cat. You just saw a mirror. It's not like you need. Oh wait, no. I think you actually do need it. But is that a
As I
puzzle?
got closer to the mirror, I felt a slight tug in my pocket.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
I could tell
you're
there was more
getting
to
you're.
that
I think you're
feeling
picking
than
up
just
what it's putting
carved
down.
wood.
There you go.
You
So,
know,
yeah.
Silent Hill Downpour had a really good mirror puzzle side quest. I wouldn't say it was worth it to do it because it's just, stuff that you get, but, like, it was neat.
Yeah, I feel like I got off on a tangent earlier because I was trying to say, like, I'm not just... I was saying I was worried about the Silent Hill 2 remake, and not just because of where the plot and the narrative goes and how this game is just... how it just is in general, but one of the
Yeah.
things... Like, I'm worried not only for technical reasons, because this game is such a technical mess, and seeing the requirements and the fact that this is legitimately that Silent Hill 2 remake would be Unreal, their first game in Unreal Engine 5.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, because they worked with an outside company to do the Layers of Fear, or the Layers of Fear remake, which was a remake of all of the Layers of Fear games.
Is it?
That was originally called Layers of Fears, but I think we bullied them into thinking that name was cringe. Because
it's not
they
a good
just,
name. It's
They
not a
just
good name.
yoinked it from Silent Hills and thought that would be cool, which makes sense actually, because Layers of Fear exists because it is a ripoff of PT.
Yeah.
But whatever. But yeah, so not only am I worried for Silent Hill 2 remake for all of the reasons I just listed, but also they're adding new puzzles. And if the puzzles in this game are any indication of what the puzzles are going to be, or in all of Bloober Team's games, that is it. What the fuck was that reflection? Oh, the law didn't work. Yep, you got that bug. I every single time I do this game, I get this bug. The
Okay.
level of anyone who doesn't know, LOD is level of detail,
It
and
was
so
the first time that it ever happened.
basically the computer, the way that Unreal works is you can have level of details for when
Crossed over to
objects
the
are
other
close or
side.
far away.
Yeah.
And when things are, because you don't want to spend all of the processing power to render a bunch of polygons for a really high, that took a weirdly long amount of time to load. Is your
What is this
Xbox
place?
okay?
Hold on. Yeah, it seems fine.
Okay. It really felt like it locked the fuck up there. Anyway, but
Welcome
like,
to Silent Hill Origins, by the way.
yes. Welcome to Zhisław Beksiński's Silent Hill. Also, this I'm making this a point in my video. Bloober Team just kind of gave up on the dual world shit. They were just like, you know what? We don't have to do it all the time. We got a patent for it, but we don't have to use it all the time.
I mean, did you see the first few times they used it? I don't
Exactly.
know that they wanted to.
I feel like this is literally them, like sort of passively acknowledging the technical issues that the dual world stuff brought on. But yeah, I forgot where I was going. Anyway.
You were talking about the level of detail.
Yeah. So level of detail. It's a really basic thing. It's just. I think Unreal definitely has it, but most games have it. It's essentially when things are far away and you can't really tell the detail anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What the engine will do is reduce the level of detail, reduce the amount of polygons
Oh yeah.
that a model has, and then the closer it gets, it will seamlessly sort of increase the level of detail, and so you will have like. You can automatically generate it, or you can customize it. And I feel like a lot of the time the level of detail will scale wildly, from like incredibly like low poly like models to incredibly like movie quality like high polygon models.
I know you.
And this game, for some reason, whenever you load, like in certain scenes, it sticks to the like low poly level of detail models, and it takes so long for it to pop back the original, the high quality ones. It even happens in the fucking menu to pieces of paper. I don't understand.
Amazing. All right, good night, Kalathra, and hello, Remy Reedy. Welcome.
Good night, Kalathra. What's up, Remy?
So I'm almost certain. So that thing with like the weird like reflection in the background, like part of me thinks, oh, that seems like that's probably like a bug with a reflection or something. I will say it unnerved me in a way that I think thus far nothing in the game has. So the happy accidents.
Yes, there are some happy accidents occasionally.
I thought there was something like some massive like creature made of eyes and flesh peeking out from like a doorway, but no, it was just Marianne, but really big.
Yeah, you thought it was something cool when in reality it was just Bloober not paying attention to the people who aren't going to be using ray traced reflections.
It was like a part of him.
And not like double checking what that stuff's going to look like without ray traced reflections.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the follow, Remy Reedy. Follow the spirit trail.
Big old kitty.
Send
Remy,
Bernard's
Remy, you missed a stray cat taking a shit on my front porch. Anyway. Yeah, so a lot of people jokingly call this game the tedium, and you are in what I would consider the most tedious portion.
Yeah, we got faces.
Yeah, it's kind of neat, isn't it?
I don't know what
It's
that
almost-
noise is, but I don't like it one bit.
Oh, that's someone eating beef jerky. It's fine.
They weren't
Okay.
just killed. Their spirits were ripped,
Yeah, it's almost like
broken beyond repair.
it's almost like they yoinked this exactly from a Zdzisław Beksiński painting. Interesting.
Official Hayden, thank you for the follow.
Oh, what's up, Hayden?
Sometimes I forget that Bloober made this and Layers of Fear and a Blair Witch game.
Yes. Have you played the Blair Witch game?
Yes, actually. I did that on stream. I have a
yeah?
VOD for it. I remember enjoying it, but only because I don't think I understood what the themes it was going for were, and I never finished it.
Hey,
Oh, you never
that's
finished
what
it. Well,
those
yeah,
bolt
that
cutters
was.
are.
I played a little bit at the beginning, and I was like, oh yeah,
So
okay,
in a
I'm
different
going with it.
way.
And
Oh,
then,
God.
yeah, things go. Ugh.
I got that line, I'm pretty sure.
No, you didn't.
So close and yet so in a different reality?
That it is. These bolt cutters are the source of many a cringe.
Oh,
but there
God,
is
there's more
one
than
very,
one.
very big one that you will eventually get to.
The spirit well. I could use some of that.
Let me
energy.
slurp that up real quick.
But yeah, the actually Blair Witch is probably their first time tackling. Well, it's not their first time. Layers of Fear tackles some very some delicate subject matter.
Did Layers
And
of
they
Fear
ki-
2 come out before Blair Witch, or was it the other way around?
I think it did, because I think it wasn't Layers of Fear 2 and then Inheritance, or was it Inheritance? Hold on, let me see. Bluer team. Okay.
I think the DLC for Layers of Fear 1 came out first. How do I donate to New Kit and Vet Costs? There is a link below the stream to Streamlabs, I believe. And you donate there.
Looks like Layers of Fear 2 came out before Blair Witch, but they both came out the same year.
Okay.
Burn, you little fucks.
Okay, calm down, Marianne.
Oh, it was okay. I was getting that confused with the
This
remake.
was
Okay.
yours, wasn't it, Bernard?
Oh.
It's about time you got it back.
Oh, they're just gone now. Okay.
Oh yeah, you liked. Oh yeah, we. This is such a funny coincidence. You know that razor blade.
Uh-huh.
What you use that for? Does that remind you of anything?
You know, I'm just putting it together. This is just a Silent Hill Homecoming thing.
Yep.
Oh, you're not
Yeah.
dumb, Hayden. It's not super clear. Don't worry about it.
Hayden, I don't even know the context, and I can tell you, you're not dumb.
Hayden was asking about how to donate to the vet costs for our new kitten.
Oh right, yes.
Her name is Cassie, which is short for Residence Cascade. Someone's having a party off in the distance.
Woo! Yeah! Woo!
Are those supposed to be mushrooms on her arm? I think it's just like maybe because this is like Dead World. This is Shadow Man Dead World.
Yeah, it's just active decay. Beksinski had a lot of that kind of imagery. I don't think it was ever overtly supposed to be mushrooms. It was just supposed to evoke decay. So
I am going to say I need to admit this because you've said it a few times. I have no idea who you're talking about.
That cat figurine was the key.
who?
I can't pass through without
The name you keep bringing up.
What name?
You're talking you were fucking Beksinski?
Oh, Zhiswa Beksinski. Oh my god. Oh
yeah,
my god.
I have no idea who that is. I'm so sorry.
Oh my fucking god. Hold on. You're gonna laugh.
in the way.
Here, I'll try and get a really good example of the type of art because there's one in particular that I'm highlighting in my video. One of his paintings. He was a Polish painter.
Okay.
And here, let me see.
Let me just slap this kid's face on real quick. 1 second.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Here it
Through
is.
all this. It's time for you to find peace. Bernard.
Here we go. All right, I will. You know what? Paste it in Discord so you can just see it.
Ah, fucked up kitty.
Huh.
Meow meow. Oh
Kinda
look,
looks
you got a
like
white one. Now you got a black
from
one.
here.
Adorable.
Feels like it too.
Oh!
So that is a picture. Oh yeah. You should
Ah!
get away from. Get away from. What's his name? I forget that voice actor's name.
Oh god, that's
Oh,
Travis.
he used to be so huge.
No, hold on.
No, not Travis. Voice actor for
Troy Baker. That's it.
Troy Baker.
I knew
Troy
it was a TR name.
Ever since he got into like NFTs, I was just like, my brain is going to put you in the recycle bin, and that will just be deleted eventually. So yeah, I posted in the Discord. Yeah, that's does that Zhiswa Beksinski painting remind you of anything?
Let's find out.
Here, I'll give you another one.
Hold on. Chat, I'm gonna need to get your opinions on this. Give me 1 second here.
Now, I'm not trying to say that Bloober Team didn't have the permission of the Beksinski estate to recreate this. I'm just saying that if you're a company that recreates other people's work fairly consistently, and then you decide to just copy a famous Polish artist's work wholesale,
Right.
it's kind of, yeah, it's just, it speaks to a level of unoriginality that is at this point comical.
All right, chat, does this remind you of anything? Sound off in the comments if this reminds you of something. I can't figure it out.
I don't know. It's like maybe there was a scene somewhere in this game earlier on where you were like looking at a vista. You know, you climbed across the thing. And you like maybe you saw this exact fucking thing.
This is a fucking. This is a shot that can show up on the main fucking menu.
Yeah, Daisy, it's funny because it's so funny that you say that because yes, it does evoke like soldiers. And you know what fucking Marianne says when this exact shot is recreated in the medium? She's like, yeah, because she goes up to a spirit well, right in the middle, like where that little head thing is, or where the sort of the lower third of the frame, where the sort of ground is. There is a spirit well down there, and Marianne goes up to it and sucks the spirit juice out. I'm sorry, I believe it's called Monster Energy, a trademark. The Monster Energy out of it, and she says like, this is like this reminds me. Something must have happened here, like a soldier's dying, like last breath, thinking of their lover or something like that. And it's like nowhere in this fucking game does it really talk about like war and soldiers and shit, except like I think at the very beginning it touches on some cultural shit, but like it's never overtly like a theme. And then in this scene, you just have that shit like said overtly, and it's like, what? My Valentino white back. Anyway,
I used a shot of that for the fucking thumbnail.
yeah.
Like, you can't really see it necessarily, but like it's back there. It's back there behind all the art.
Yeah. It's like it's the loading screen. Like when you go to the main menu, it's the fucking main menu.
Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Also, official Hayden, thank you for the $15 donation. I really appreciate it.
Hell yeah, Hayden. It's so embarrassing. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
Oh,
and it's funny because like people have
No.
Oh no. Aren't you scared?
I'm not sure what the mechanic is supposed to be here. God, hold my breath. Can't believe they're ripping off Deadly Premonition now.
I just wish if you held your breath for so long, you would just
Pass
fall
out.
unconscious. Instead, I think she just goes, and then the mom's like, "Oh, time to kill you! I'm gonna nom you."
Why does the maw talk so much?
It's so.
There was no escape.
You know, I think Voidburger also made a video about this. Oh yeah, I'm pretty confident that she did about the
yeah, I
maw,
think so,
and just
yeah.
like because you were just introduced to the maw, and it's like. Also, every time I say the maw, I think of like the mom. The maw. Hey, maw.
There's a weird fucking cat outside.
Hey, maw. This cat won't get off our roof. It took a shit on my front lawn. Maw, come over here. Yeah, like they just show the maw like straight up, just like they don't let your mind do any like work. They're just like, oh. Here's our monster, like the very first scene.
Question.
Hello.
I know Yamaoka worked on this. Did Ito work on this?
No, Ito did not.
Okay. I couldn't remember if he did or not last time I played. Oh, hey, there's the bolt cutters.
There's those bolt cutters again.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta be a way to reach them.
Yeah.
There's gotta be a way to reach.
Bolt cutters. Bolt cutters. What's going on with those bolt cutters? Examination room. Ah, trash. Darn.
Yeah, Hayden, like the first time you're introduced to Pyramid Head in Silent Hill 2, it's just like this form, and without knowing, like, it's hard now, and that's another thing that I want to talk about when I eventually get to my Silent Hill 2 video. It's like, it's hard to even approach Silent Hill 2 the way that it was originally meant. Like, it's one of those, it's truly one of those you can't go home again situations, because everybody just knows what fucking Pyramid Head is, and they know the Pyramid Head, they know what he represents.
Emerged. The situation may be more complicated than we expected. No time to explain. You'll get the full report once I get back. Just leave it to me, comrade.
Just leave it to me, comrade.
Very meticulous.
Why isn't this there are no accents, there are no well, not accent, I shouldn't say that. They're all American accents. And it's like, you didn't even fucking give a shit enough to fuck around with like accents. Like,
is
one
there
of the
a
things
Polish vocal track in this?
No,
really?
There isn't. It is such a missed opportunity, because legitimately there would be something really like. I'm debating how much I should say, because there's some stuff that I'm saving for when my video comes out. But how about this? I think I've actually said it on my streams before. But one of the reasons this game was able to be made for the little amount of money it was made for is because they got a Polish grant for basically it's like a Polish arts grant. So one of the requirements is that it's that this game takes place in Poland and features Polish characters, and
Oh no,
like
there's more of them.
they got the money for doing that, but why? I just don't understand why they wouldn't go the full like 9 yards and just have Polish characters speaking Polish. And I think I found the reason, and it was because this game was being made during COVID, and so some of the things that they were trying to do like later on in the game, because when they did mocap, they were doing, I believe that they were not doing vocal capture. And so actually that's one of the reasons why a lot of these masks are being used. It's because it's to hide it's to hide the fact that they're not talking, and they didn't want to put in like the animation and work to like do the facial mocap stuff.
Makes sense. This guy seems pretty happy about it.
Very, very happy about it.
I'm glad for him.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah. Oh, speaking of tedious, I love this fucking part. Jesus.
Oh boy, here we go.
Like, this game is tedious, but this section is just like, oh my god, just even thinking about doing it again. Ugh. Anyway. Get out of me. Very subtle. Very, very subtle, yes, Daisy. Also, yeah, that's another thing that's just like, we know what they're doing, right? Like with the maw saying like, I'm gonna crawl inside of you and all that fucking shit.
Yeah. That's not.
And it doesn't get better when, you know, later in the game, like it's one of those things where it's like, it's hard to give Bloober the benefit of the doubt. And it's like, you guys really, it's like
making it easy.
You really didn't think this one through, huh? Anyway.
No! What are you? Stop!
Yeah, skeptical news. I hear you. I watched someone play this for the first time, and it's because they posted the ending with their reaction to it on Twitter, and it was so. This person knew nothing going in. They had no idea what they were about to see, and when they posted it under the pretense of like, has anyone played this game and see what the ending of this fucking game is? It's so fucking bad. It's like, they were completely siloed off and away from the conversation so much that like the mask is doing it. Could you switch to something and then go back to the mask?
Oh. The fuck?
What?
Okay, I hit.
Oh yeah, that's
start.
This is a good opportunity if you wanted to bring up the picture. But yeah.
Yeah. I hit start and then I hit
oh my god,
the other button on the Xbox controller.
They haven't fixed that bug yet. They have oh my god.
And it just fucking okay. I'm not sure what happened there.
So, if I remember correctly, if you hit start, yeah, you can also see it there. So
the
when
texture
in. Yeah, so the LOD is like loading. Initially the lowest level of detail is loading, and then it pops in. It's still doing that. That's so fucking funny to me. But yeah, if you hit start, and then
because it's Switch user.
Switch user.
Okay.
I don't know why they did that way. It like at least put a confirmation like box on that shit.
I was gonna say like.
I did that I think like a couple times during my stream, and I consider it a bug because like no there's no way that's intended.
I don't know about this room. This room makes me nervous.
Pro tip, you're fine.
Okay.
There's literally nothing scary. Like they didn't even take the hands that were there before. They didn't even fucking think about like moving them. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you're walking across that pit and those hands and one of them like kind of moves, And it's like, oh, am I gonna get grabbed? Shit like that. It's like, no.
I was thinking about that in the last sequence where it's just like, oh, there's like a specific camera angle for like looking at the faces on the wall. It was just like, yo, wouldn't it be wild if like the eyes open on one of these?
That'd be cool, right? Or like their eyes are already open and then like their eyes move. Like that's sick. Like that would be fun.
And then it didn't happen. So
nope. Constant disappointment and rage later on. Hell Chef, how is something that basic not fixed? Hell Chef, I have been lambasting the trigger warning in this game as being a pile of shit and terrible and very easily fixed to Bloober for years. And they got a whole series of blowback. They got a whole blowback thing for doing that terrible trigger warning. They emailed me and told me that it was my criticism, at least in part, that got them to put a much better trigger warning in the Layers of Fear remake. And yet, they have not gone back to the medium to just change the text that appears at the beginning of the fucking game. It's text.
Nah, it'd be too difficult.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
It's too hard. I don't wanna.
Yeah, it's even worse because if you consider the fact that one of the people who worked on this game was posting extremely racist and transphobic shit, or was liking racist and transphobic things.
Oh no!
When this game was being made, and yet they still keep the fucking thing where it's like, hey, this game was made by a bunch of people of different political beliefs. And it's like, oh yeah, was one of those political beliefs fucking racism? Like you fucking just change what I don't anyway. Continue. Sorry.
Honey, I miss you a lot. I really hope you can join me soon. You would love it here. The weather is great. The sun is shining. The lake is beautiful. The people are nice. Nice and dead. All of them. Love, F. We talked about how it's just like, oh yeah, just hammering home that he's not sending any of these. Just like, okay, so we're not being subtle anymore. Okay. I thought it was kind of nice. Whatever. All right.
Oh, you wanted subtlety? I'm sorry. So in terms of subtlety, how much blood should we put on the postcard? Should we put like more blood or less blood? I'm thinking more. More blood is more subtle.
Yeah, I mean, like I can still see the text clearly. I think we're really kind of we need to up our blood quota here.
Also, I don't want to leave this as subtext. I just want to really quickly point out, Francis was a witness to the Neva massacre.
Yeah,
like he saw shit. He is horribly affected by it, and yet there is a message from someone in the game who is like, "Hey, dude." I know you're not sending those postcards, man. I know you're not going back home. I know you're just like, what are you doing, dude? You said you would be helpful, but you're not being helpful anymore at this fucking resort, dude. Get your shit together.
All right, I need to see something here real quick. Hold on. So if I go this way, okay, this is entirely impassable in the normal world, the living world.
Yes.
But if we get close, we can see that she still exists in the normal world. How is she traversing this?
You have just pointed out something that bugged the fucking shit out of me the entire time I was playing, and is highlighted later on during a chase sequence.
Oh, fun.
The game...
So they know.
Yeah. So they know that in this situation, Marianne is straight up just floating in the real world. Like, she is, like, straight up just, like, hovering right there while her real world... When the game is presenting both worlds side by side, then it abides by those rules. That both characters exist simultaneously and need to embody the same space. when the game switches to single world like display, it just wants you to forget that there is a real world Marianne like walking straight through walls, floating. Yeah, there's a chase sequence later that fortunately I don't think we're gonna get to, but it highlights that like extremely well, because basically you're running away from the maw and it's chasing you, and in one world, oh yeah, here's this wonderful sequence. Which, by the way, if you walk backwards and go back through the door that you came through, yeah, and now you don't you can make as much noise as you want.
Just let me try you on.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. He only gives a shit if you're in that room. The moment you walk through that doorway, that's when.
So can he see me?
No. It's weird because if you think about it, you still exist, and before in when you first meet them all, like him seeing you in the alternate world is what precipitates him chasing you. But in this world, it's like you're seeing the quote-unquote real world, or what do they call it? Yeah, so the official name for this world in the game is the material world, and
because we're a material girl.
Literally the exact joke in my script. Yeah, the other world is the spirit world. So, yeah, you would think that in the spirit world, your Marianne is just walking around like having a grand old time, and the maw
really
sees
enjoying
her
herself
and chases her. But in these chase scenes, it's like, no, he has to like. It's so like the magic system in this game is so all over the goddamn wall. It is.
I like calling it a magic system, as though we're like firing off fireballs like we're in Final Fantasy.
Well, I mean, that's the funny thing, is that it is a magic system.
It is. I just think calling it that is really funny.
Yes. It kind of takes the horror out of it, right? Because the more you label stuff and the more you understand stuff, that's how you sort of suck the horror out of horror. It's
I don't
not
think
scary.
the game needs help taking the horror out of it, honestly.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, yeah, it's just badly done in many ways.
The game is bad, is what we're saying.
Yeah. And up until this point, it's not bad in even unique ways. It's just bad in very like very typical ways for the horror genre at this point.
Insight.
Okay, last one. I can barely feel my wrist. I don't care. I just want to go to bed. I need to be alone.
I forgot how bad this voice acting is.
I just want to be alone.
I've been saying in videos for the longest time that like Silent Hill 2 has some pretty bad voice acting in it, but like even when it's bad, it's interestingly bad. Like this is just like like they literally just ran down to the local school and got some actors to like read some lines.
Probably.
Oh, I need to be alone. Oh, Vivienne. Do you think if I told you that Vivienne was a stage name, what do you think her real name is?
Is it Vivienne with an A-N?
No.
Damn.
Okay, we got Pam, Vivienne, Violet. No, what is another name for Victoria?
For Victoria? Vicky?
Tori?
Victory?
No,
Tori?
I'm trying to feel, because for me, I immediately knew this lady's name was I believe if I remember correctly, it's either Tori or Vivi, I'm pretty sure it's Tori. The name is going to come up in a second. I'm testing something out to see if I'm like off base on this, because it's like one of those Robert Bob things where I have to deal with this a lot. Like technically my name is Robert, but Bob is a nickname, is a popular nickname for Bob. It's like Robert and Rob and Bob and all these other things. It's
Yeah,
like,
I made the joke earlier about Richard being a dick.
Yes, exactly. And so like, and Frank and Francis, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And for me, Victoria and Tori are like synonymous with each other almost. And
Yeah,
this
I can see
game, you're going to get into a part where it's like, this game is like, what could her name be? Oh, she goes by a different name. What is it? It's a mystery.
Do we need to make a big mystery about the ballet's stage name?
Well,
ballerina's stage name?
We're about to.
That's her room. Someone couldn't even let her have her privacy.
Hayden, an asshole. Hayden, why are you on a self-Hayden kick? It doesn't suit you.
That wasn't the real you.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're playing a character.
It's almost like there's two sides to her. Anyways, I'm going to switch over to my Spirit World version. I'm just going to phase through this wall real quick. Don't mind me. Surprise, I'm in here now. we go back to the material world, and there's just a big Marianne-shaped hole in the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, that would be fantastic. That would actually be funny. I would actually enjoy that a lot.
All the places.
You? What are you? No! Get out! Ah! No!
No, not pleasant. Not pleasant at all.
Marianne listening to like real audio of like a person getting murdered.
Oh, God.
Oh, not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. Yo, this is kind of cringe.
No, it was the 90s. She would probably call it bogus.
Oh, this is so bogus. Oh, I'm so glad that you highlighted that fact, that this isn't the fucking, not even 2000s.
This is pre 9/11.
Yes.
Huh. The page was torn out. I can't make out the numbers.
I got nothing.
I love that. I love that so much.
Are we
It's
gonna
like
have
the writer's suddenly like subtly telling you. I got nothing. Fucking.
I got nothing. I'm probably gonna have to. I'm assuming I'm gonna need. This is gonna be one of the. This is that standard thing that they do for like notebooks and movies, where I need to find a pencil and do like a rubbing to find out what the rest of the numbers are and all that.
It's possible.
That's a pretty standard thing. What's this?
I don't know. What is it?
I guess one of these names belongs to your true self. But which one is it?
Which one is it?
Which could it be?
Which one?
Your true self.
What's her true self? Which one could it possibly be?
This feels very overly melodramatic.
Daisy, I don't know. Queen, try both.
Sounds without meaning.
It sounds. You shut up, man. Like they're fucking riffing on what names are. Language is just like sounds, bro.
Dude, who do you think made up the words in the dictionary? People, bro.
Oh my God. Daisy, I love where your head is at, because I love that you think that in this game they would let you choose the wrong answer. No,
I'm not 100%
they don't even,
certain what I'm supposed to be fucking doing here. I'm gonna be honest.
They don't even let you input anything unless it's the right answer. Can you, click on that.
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
I got nothing. George's house, 69, nice, 898. Mum 899543, Neva Resort 1235, and then 5896.
That's not how you count.
This person's math homework is terrible.
Have you, I think you did it again.
What'd I do?
I think you forgot a button.
Oh! Okay.
Partial numbers.
Isn't that
One of these
cool?
must have meant something to her.
Okay, that one's on me. I have been using that button pretty often. It is kind of weird that I didn't use it there. To be fair.
It is not on you, and here's why.
Oh boy.
You are inspecting naturally. It is not natural to like want to click a button when you're investigating stuff.
Numbers, some would say. But I sensed there was a lot more to them.
Okay.
You could sense there was a lot more.
I can sense it. Oh, I'm dialing the numbers. Oh, God.
Yes.
Kaboom!
Yes, Mother, I know. I'm doing my
I
best.
can't believe Vivian's mom flashbanged me.
No, Well, what about my hard work? It's not always about you. Don't call me Victoria. You know I hate that.
Wow, just right out the way. Okay.
That was her given name.
But not the real one.
Not the real one. Not to her.
It is cool that Bloober is an ally in this specific way. They are extremely cool with people choosing their own name, just not anyone who has, trauma.
Are they asleep? It's fine.
They're like 90% of the way
I'm
there.
busy too.
No. 10%.
60% of the way there.
Yeah. Thanks. I'll see you home. Kiss them.
Very ally when it's convenient.
Not exactly a hotbed of passion.
Oh, fuck you, Mary. I don't see you fucking dialing
Hello?
your lover.
Yes, this is Vivian. Room 347. I want to make
Oh,
a
she
complaint.
hesitated before saying
There
Vivian.
was a man here. Yes, from the hotel staff. Frankly, I think I smelled vodka on his breath.
Oh, was it Frank? Because you said
What?
frankly.
That was the chief of staff? You know what? Never mind. Thank you.
Well,
Good line read. Good line
it's a
read.
stressful job, I guess.
So yeah, Frank was kind of a problem before things happened and after.
Oh my God, Ellie. I thought you were. No, I'm really happy to hear from you. Why didn't you call sooner? You did? But
You did?
Eugene, that slippery son of a bitch.
Ellie. She was very special to her. You don't need to be a medium to see it.
Title drop.
So,
Don't even need to be me a
if you
medium
were
to say it.
talking to
You know what? I
Ellie,
shouldn't have
it's
said it.
Tori, it's you. The real you.
Why did we need to learn this again?
Because this, you have to do the critical path. You have to follow the exact fucking individual multitude of steps to get to the point where the game says, okay, I think you get it. You can progress now. This is the kind of puzzle, like sort of creation that has me so fucking worried for Silent Hill 2 remake and the new puzzles they're gonna add.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the X-ray puzzle that we see in like some of the
Promotional material?
the promotional materials and stuff. It screams the Silent Hill Homecoming puzzle with the same exact X-rays, and it's just like basically a fetch quest. It's like this shit is so bad. It's so ill-considered. It boggles my fucking mind that that this is the team that got Silent Hill 2 remake. But whatever, it's fine. I'm over it. Along with Silent Hill in general.
Okay, I think I figured it out here. We need to learn her true name
in
order to send her on her way.
Correct. What Marianne is doing, and in general, what she does, at least the writers do this at the beginning of the game, is they're trying to highlight that Marianne is like helping spirits pass on past the spirit world, that she has done, I believe, twice up to now, and you're about to do. Oh, actually, no, did you? Yeah, you did it twice. So you're about to do your third.
It was her
So-
adoptive father,
Correct.
her the Bernard, the kid, and then we've
Yep.
got 2 that we're doing right
Tori.
now. At no point does the game establish that knowing the true name is a part of that.
Yep.
So I
This-
had no idea why the fuck I was doing any of it.
Exactly. It's like I think there's a line like when you're putting the mask on where it's like, oh, even if I have the mask, I can't like release this person because I need to know their true name.
God,
and it's
could you
like,
imagine
what?
like having
What a
I'm imagining like, because like my thought was, oh, I'm sure if I had gotten there, put the mask on, I wouldn't be able to do that, because then it would be like, oh, we need to know their true name. But then I was just like, can you imagine not having known you needed that ahead of time and having to walk all the way back to do that whole thing and then needing to go back again so that you could complete the sequence of events? That seems like a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can imagine it being done, but yeah, it is. Wow, the level you are having so many issues with Poppin. It's actually kind of shocking.
That's playing on a console, I guess.
Yeah, I heard that, one of the original analysis that Digital Foundry did highlighted that the game can go down in certain sections, can go all the way down to, I think it was like 320p or 360p.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Because of dynamic resolution scaling. So it's like a lot of people are already like losing their minds to that, and then seeing this LOD glitch pop in shit, and that still hasn't been fixed. This was in the game 4 fucking years ago, and it's still an issue. Anyway.
Well, like I said, I think I have this set to performance, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I agree, Daisy. It is an interesting idea. It's just like, and honestly, Rachel and I talked about this after the stream. Actually, I think we talked about it like a few months ago. But like, if they had nailed the intro and the idea that like Marianne has a savior complex and really hammered that home, along with like this whole thing of process, I can see the game actually kind of working when it says like, when it has a message at the end that like Marianne herself can't save everybody, because like up until this point it hasn't really talked about that. It's not a theme, it's not a thing. But if they highlighted that she went into like which this is not in the game at all, it's like
Right.
me trying to fix it along with Rachel,
Like extrapolating it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, or trying to plus it up, essentially, workshopping it. If Marianne had like gone into the mortician industry specifically because it would allow her to like help people pass on, and it highlighted that, and it didn't just happen with someone you were close to, like your adoptive father at the very beginning, and it highlighted that it was like a thing that she was just doing all the time because she developed a savior complex. That would be an interesting angle to this. That would be an interesting personal journey to go on, where someone is confronted with a situation where she has to let go of that savior complex in order to move on with her life. But that's not at all what happens. That's not at all the implication. None of that's discussed at all. And this is purely like, quote unquote, like fixing it for like this situation. And yeah, an ad's playing, so no one's actually hearing me say anything, right? It's fine.
I feel like this doesn't feel, and I don't know if maybe this is because I didn't come back here first without learning her name, and thus the game didn't have an opportunity to have Marianne talk to herself for a full minute about this. It feels like there is something interesting beneath the surface here with the idea of people's souls being represented through masks and true names. There is an interesting dichotomy about that. If you want to hear anything that we were just talking about over the last 2 minutes, be sure to check the VOD on YouTube tomorrow. But there definitely feels like there should be something here just kind of like beneath the surface about masks and true names and everything. But it doesn't feel, for a game that's doing a lot of telling and not showing, it doesn't feel like it's communicating it very well.
Right. It's like the best parts of the game are when it shuts up and lets implication take over. Mm-hmm. But then you end up taking the wrong implication because the game immediately contradicts you. And it's a little Tory. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Whoa. Crunchy.
Okay. One down, one to go. Better get to it.
Well, I mean, I already have... Okay, I guess I just need to... No, I've already got the map.
You don't have something else?
Oh, I don't have his fucking name. God damn it. Son of a bitch.
You did it again. I was going to say something earlier, but I wanted it to play out. I wanted you to get bloobed up, you know?
I appreciate that because I was... I appreciate how straight of a face you must have kept with me going about that whole thing, which is like, can you imagine walking all the way there, then having to go all the way back?
I wasn't going to say shit. I wanted it to organically happen.
Oh, I'm so glad it did. Okay, where the fuck do I need to go?
Yeah, I almost fucked up too when I said that you saved 3 people because I thought you all, like, I knew that you were about to do that, but I was like, oh wait, if I did 3, and then luckily you remembered Bernard, so I was like, okay, whew, thank you.
Okay, right, I didn't go through this mirror. Okay, this seems like this is going to be a room that I'm going to have to fucking deal with an invisible maw in, just based on those waist-high walls. Or maybe not.
Pretty sure you don't. I think
it's just actually stable. Okay.
I think you're good. I think you're good.
Well, that
said, you're going to have to deal with a whole other... You're going to have to deal with another antagonist. Bloober's puzzle design.
Oh, no. Wait. This is one I've heard about. I remember hearing something about a conference room before. Pretty sure.
I gotta go. The voting's about to start. You know what they say. If you're early, you're on time.
Shut up.
No, I mean right now. I can hear them gathering across the hallway. Yeah. I'll let you know how it went.
That voice. That's the guy.
That's the guy.
That's the guy.
I had... Okay, so...
It's that boy.
It's that boy. Oh shit, what up? Alright, so bit of establishment here before I kind of launch into the story. I work for a phone and internet company doing customer service.
Okay, before you say anything else,
yeah,
I am so sorry. You have...
I appreciate that, thank you.
Every ounce of my respect and sympathy.
Yes, I am braver than any U.S. Marine. So
unironically, yes.
So I had on Friday, yesterday. I had my last call of the day ended up running kind of long. We recently, because of during COVID, there was like a big push for building out internet infrastructure. And our company got a big grant to like do something about that. We service northern New England. There's like a lot of rural area out there. So what we've been doing is we have been utilizing door-to-door sales representatives. And just right out the gate, I hate these guys. They're so bad at their jobs. they offer people things that we don't technically actually have anymore. Like, we haven't offered a free month of service for like half a year, and I still get people calling in saying that they were told they were getting a free month. I'm just like, you goddamn. Because it's just like, these things don't get added on, and then I have to talk to somebody who's angry because they were told this. It's just like, come on, guys.
That sucks.
So occasionally we'll get calls from these guys because, you know, they'll have some issue on their end that they weren't able to place an order, and we'll do it for them. I had a guy who called in, had like 3 or 4 different accounts to look at. And I was working on it with him, and it ended up running long. I was like, I ended up getting like 18 minutes over the end of my shift, which wasn't a huge deal because they've been having us do mandatory overtime recently. I work from home, so it's not so bad, but also it was like 2 hours of mandatory overtime, and then they kept canceling it halfway through because it was just like, we don't actually need that much mandatory overtime for what we needed to do. So they did shorten that recently, but I'm getting off track. So this ended up running long, and when I was working on like the 4th account for this guy, I ended up going a little bit quiet because it's just like my system's taking a while to like pull everything up because all this shit is so terribly optimized, because why wouldn't it be? And somehow that call disconnected in such a way that I didn't notice it. And there are ways that I'm supposed to be able to notice that a call has disconnected so that I can be aware that it's happened. But then suddenly, like, I get a call, another call suddenly comes in, and it is another customer service rep who's calling me, telling me, like, hey, there's an issue with my system, I'm having trouble placing an order, can you help me with this? And my system is also having an issue, because, like, there was just something that was broken that afternoon, I guess. So I'm just like, I'm having the exact same issue you're having, so I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to help with this, unfortunately. And the next thing this guy asks me is, well, what are you going to do when you get another call then? I feel maybe a little bad for this, but the very next words that just kind of like involuntarily came out of my mouth were like, I don't know, man. I was supposed to leave 20 minutes ago. So, just like, I think that caught him so off guard that he was just like, well, okay then, you have a good one. I'm just like, yeah, bye. And before I hung up, I could hear him in the background just like, wow. And I'm just like, hey man, I'm not even sure how I ended up getting this call, okay? I'm not supposed to be here anymore. My shift's over.
They don't pay me enough for this shit.
Oh. I get regular raises. They actually do pay me enough for this shit.
Oh, good.
Thankfully. It is technically a union job.
Get that. Oh, nice. Oh, my God. God, I wish we had a union at my place. Fuck. Yeah, I remember one of our clients is like in charge of sort of the how do I say this, the bus and train system in a very large area,
like public transportation.
Yeah. I can't say exactly, or without like sort of doxing myself, but
attendance list. I'll bet the name I'm looking for is here on this page. But which one is it?
Which one is it? You know, this plays exactly into what Daisy Maisie was saying. Like, just take the fucking list, go back to the masks, and just say every single one individually. One of them's gonna work.
Now, here we go. I am going to treat this as if it is a normal survival horror game puzzle.
Okay.
And logic it out and see how the game kneecaps me in the process.
Please do. This is a great time to do that.
So, we just got the phone call in the other room. Guy says, if you know what they say, if you're early, they're on time. He mentioned he could already hear the meeting starting. There are 3 names on this list that are initially listed as absent, but then are corrected to present, which means it's 3 people that arrived, quote unquote, late. So, logically speaking, the guy we're looking for is one of these 3 people. So he would be either Waldemar Barika, Anthony Lutek, or Boris Zalazo, who it just says present but doesn't specify that it's crossed out absent for whatever fucking reason.
First off, I love that you noticed that. I love that you noticed that. There are a bunch of little inconsistencies exactly like that that are all throughout the game. I'm really glad, because that's one of the things that survival horror does. It forces you kind of to like pay attention to the little details, and it's really funny when little details like that are fucked up. Also, there was a note early on at the very beginning of the game that said that Marianne had burns on like 60% of her body, but then if you look at the paper, it says like 70%, and it's just like,
notice that.
They're all over the game. But I think you're thinking about that wrong. And the reason why is because they're marked as absent first, and they're crossed out and then written as present. So that means that they were late.
Right.
This guy that we were talking to is present. So he wouldn't be listed as absent because he got there early.
Well, but here's my thought though, because he was in the other room on the phone saying that he could already hear them starting. So that's where I'm coming from on this. You might still be right, and that might be another way that the game is kneecapping me with regards to like figuring this puzzle out, this quote unquote puzzle, which I'm sure is going to just be solved for me anyway, because that's one of the things I've heard about this.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, please feel free to continue it. But yeah, actually, yeah, that does make sense. That doesn't really make any sense, does it? If they're starting, and he said he was getting there early, is that him basically admitting that he's late?
Well, I believe the order that the conversation goes on the call is that he is talking to someone. He's saying he needs to hurry because he can hear them starting in the other room, to which the person on the phone is most likely like, what time is it? And then he's probably responding with like, oh, well, you know what they say, if you're early, you're on time. So what I'm assuming is that he is on the dot on time, which would mean that he's late by the logic he's presenting. Here's the thing. I love puzzle solving. I live for this shit. So
I'm so sorry.
I know. I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, so all right, so I want to try and remember those names, because like I said, I want to treat this as if it was a normal survival horror puzzle.
Please do.
So we got Waldemar, Anthony, and supposedly Boris. So are the chairs numbered? Okay, 7. That's 5. 9. Okay. What the fuck order are these chairs in? 7, 5, and what? Hold on. Wait just a fucking second here. I need to see what numbers they were. They were 1, 3, and 9. Okay. 2, 1. Okay, so 1 was one of them. 4. Okay, I'm using insight. Okay, here's an ashtray. Got something on it.
I can't believe they sat me across from Boris. I don't care whose nephew he is. He's just a sexist pig for all I care.
Okay, he's not Boris.
And late, as always.
Okay, so now I'm getting the sense that my initial thought was probably wrong. Okay.
I am also coming at it from the perspective of I know the answers, so like it's kind of flavoring how I'm thinking, but I really appreciate and enjoy your thought process here because it's very elucidating.
So he's number 5, which is not one of the people who is listed as absent. So thanks, video game. So this is going to be...
Boris.
Oh no, Boris was number 9.
That's the guy he was talking about. Seat number 9.
Okay, yeah, they're just holding my hand through the whole thing. Okay, sure.
And the funny thing about that is that if you click on it, remember?
Oh my god, because
remember?
Read it. It just says he's present. It doesn't say... Oh, fucking god. I was...
Good game.
Okay. All right.
This is it.
Oh.
The man I'm looking for. This is where he died.
So let me guess. I now go back to the list of names and I just click on number 4 and it just spells it all out for me. Let's find out.
Crazy if true.
Yeah.
Nicholas.
That's it. Nicholas.
Let's get you out of here.
Yeah, Nick, let's get you out of here.
I'm upset.
Yeah,
like I
hand-holding...
I knew it was gonna happen, and I'm still disappointed.
Wouldn't it be so cool though if they had like this is a puzzle that's just like I feel like it's held back by Bloober's like inability to like
let the player figure shit out. Oh fuck.
Or like their ability to like I can smell your soul. Did you know that? I can smell your soul.
I don't like that. Where
like their ability to like code.
I'm just gonna go. Don't. Oh, this is this door. Nah, I'm good, man. I don't want to deal with this right now. Goodbye.
Aren't you scared and not at all annoyed?
And where the other Reds?
Oh, that's super scary.
Good line read, man. Bye.
See, this doesn't make sense.
It's fine.
But where's the maw? It was literally just there. But switching to the fucking spirit world and it's gone? What? I don't... Oh.
He's somewhere else.
In another spirit world.
Spirit World 2, the sequel. The maw is busy recording another take.
Oh, silly little girl.
That was pretty good. Good maw impression.
Thank you.
Ugh.
If only he was the bear.
Time for you to get some rest. You've earned it.
Nicholas. And then it doesn't go away. Wait, I said your name right? Nicholas?
Thank you, madam.
Fuck off, Nicholas.
Madam. Yeah, you did it. 2 out of 1,000?
No. Anywhere is better than here.
Oh shit, the bolt cutters! I was just thinking about those.
Will you just let me pick you up already?
No.
Rip.
Woo! Party time in the spirit world, yeah! We're here doing all this shit. They got like the fucking spirit world from like Corpse Bride like 10 miles away from here. They're having the time of their lives.
That's where the maw is. Just having a great time.
Just enjoying himself. He needs, even the maw needs to get away sometimes, you know?
It's true. Oh, please go through the door. Oh, please go through the door.
Hold on. There's a letter here. Mr. Rekovich is being unreasonable, to put it mildly. I'm a nurse, not a nanny. I understand that he needs someone to keep an eye on her, but I have my hands full as it is. Even putting aside all my other duties, there's poor Mr. Tarkowski here to take care of. Still, I try to do my best. At least the girl's quiet, keeps to herself mostly. Likes talking to her imaginary friends, but I figure it's quite normal for someone her age. Sometimes I can hear her playing out full conversations, and I'd swear it sounds like 2 people talking. She really is gifted. I guess it runs in the family. Family. Door. Bolcados.
Volko.
Up.
Fucking finally. Time to get back to the day room.
Fucking finally. Cut the crap is the name of the achievement.
Cut the crap.
Fucking finally.
It gets better.
Oh boy.
I feel like I just spoiled it by saying that it gets better. Because she doesn't shut up about the fucking bolt cutter.
I know I took a while to get to them, but like, please let me say that. Let me make the jokes.
I've never felt darkness like that before. That thing had been there. It was where it made its first kill, where it tasted death and liked it.
That's nice, Marianne. Oh, there it is.
Hello, my love. It's your favorite nurse. Are you in there? Even a speck of you left? I hope so. 'Cause I want you to feel everything.
Oh, there's some wet noises.
Got to her first. But why?
But why? Why? Why?
Monkey.
Yeah, so this is there are a lot of people who have very specific thoughts on the Maw and what it is and what it represents and what it is a metaphor for. And I feel that line is something that you should definitely keep in the back of your head.
The want you to feel everything.
I want you to feel everything, because that right there is Ursula being
possessed
by the Maw.
Am I going to feel really uncomfortable about that line later on?
Maybe.
Okay, good to know.
We'll see. We'll get there. Not tonight, maybe. Say it. Say the line, Mary. When people talk about how cringe the Marianne's dialogue is, you're about to hear it. Like the example.
Oh.
Yep, you made the same mistake I did. Where it's just like, I thought it was going to automatically do it. But, it wants me to.
So worth it. I love you, bolt cutters.
More.
Okay.
I wonder if that was the last time she talks about bolt cutters.
I know we've got at least one more chain to cut through. You know, I'm glad I hadn't played this game yet, because I have, like I said, I've been noticing an uptick in the presence of bolt cutters in horror games recently. And I feel like if I had played this game when it came out and gotten all of this shit, I would be way more annoyed about that. Because I'd be hearing Marianne's shit in the back of my mind every time I pick them up.
There is one specific line coming up that you will never think about bolt cutters the same way. Because the line is so goddamn stupid.
Name. Cutters. Bolt cutters.
Okay.
Or a movie star.
Oh.
In a movie you don't use your real name for.
Like a stage name? Like the thing we were just talking... Oh my god. People use stage names in regular fucking Hollywood, Mary.
No.
Not everything has to be a fucking porno.
See, that's one of those unfortunate lines where it's like, maybe you deserve a horny bonk to get you to maybe delete that one and then rewrite it. People, they maybe should stop writing stuff when they're horny.
Okay.
Yep. So whenever you pick up a pair of bolt cutters now, Yeah, she wasn't done, and also.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Whenever you pick a pair of bolt cutters, always think in the back of your mind. Someone thought that would be a funny joke porno name.
Okay, how does that even fucking work as a porno
It
name?
doesn't.
What is
It doesn't.
what is the pun supposed to be?
Bolt cutters at least is kind of like, okay, spy name, I'll follow you there. Maybe, whatever. It's
Action
dumb,
movie star, maybe.
but porn?
Like that's
Porn.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, a lot of the game doesn't make any fucking sense, and that is, look, all I'm asking you right now is to definitely don't hit the switch user button.
I'm gonna hit B to back out of the menu.
Because there is one button that will immediately eject you to the main menu.
God.
Oh, that's actually something I should investigate. If you hit main menu, does it give you a confirmation dialogue?
Let me wait until I see another autosave.
when you get an autosave, try it out. Because that would be so fucking funny if you hit that, and it does. And then you hit the switch user and it doesn't. That's so weird.
Oh, hold on, more bolt cutters.
Oh, fantastic. I'm so happy that you have to do it 3 times each time too. Oh, 4 times that time. My bad.
No, nothing, Marianne. Nothing that time. You sure? I'm certain that there's no. Okay, cool.
No, they felt that the porno thing was enough.
Okay, Marianne. Let's see what Sadness wanted me to see. I hope she's all right.
Yeah, she's probably fine.
The kids are all right. There were, if we're talking about things that this game does right, I will say that the soundtrack for the wandering, for like moving around sections, by the person who is not Yamaoka is actually. I have a section in my video about this. I think they did a pretty good job. I think that the music, the non-Yamaoka music, for the material world sections is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, I don't have any complaints about that so far. I did admittedly think it was all Yamaoka, but it's interesting to know that there is someone else who worked on this, because that's neat.
Yeah, I want to get their name right. Hold on.
Oh, please? Please? Yeah, there we go. Hate that.
It's such a... I've written so much about how stupid
Thank God.
this shit is.
I just
doesn't.
I just don't think that it needed to have, like...
That thing almost got me.
Because, like, we have the other world, or the spirit world, where we're seeing her interact with, like, these spirit characters. And it's just like, oh, by the way, just in case you were curious, here's how stupid this looks when there isn't another character for her to interact with in the material world.
It is literally like mime cam. Like, you've got one, it's also, it doesn't, but I've written so many words about this, but yeah, it's the antithesis. It works in complete opposition to immersion, because you're not able to sort of invest in either scene, because each one is just like, look at how dumb that look at the ball. Wow. Like, how am I supposed to fucking invest myself in what the scene when there is just a ball floating goofily at the top? Like, I don't get it.
That fucking got me. God damn.
Is he one of your friends?
No. But
I wasn't expecting it to do that. Oh my god.
He was smart.
Patented technology.
a bad thing happened to him. I remember he became hollow, like a puppet.
I think it would be way funnier if she, like, handed the ball to Sadness in the spirit world, but in the material world it just falls to the floor.
I don't want to see him.
Why not? What do you remember?
No. Don't tell them.
It's
Don't
okay.
tell anyone.
You don't have to tell me.
That
But
was all in
you
caps,
should
huh?
still come
Yeah, the
with me
fucking
so that I
top,
can
like
keep you
her
safe.
miming,
No.
like miming,
No,
just like.
Is that
No,
necessary?
never again.
Why did you bring me here?
This is on Series X, right? It is, yeah.
It was then I realized there was something she wanted me to see
Doesn't even need to be said.
with my
Like,
own
of
eyes.
course, that she brought you here. Like, that's the whole point. That's why she brought you here.
What do you think we've been doing for like the last 2 hours?
All right, it's saved. Could you do me a favor and hit the go to main menu and see if it gives you. Oh my god. So no.
Any unsaved
And
progress will be lost.
So yeah, no, don't worry about it. And then if you click on switch user,
Immediate. It's just
Oh my
immediate.
God.
Just right away.
oh my god, how could I not? Oh, that's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny.
I love video games.
It's just like the plot. It is just not thought through. It is just, yeah. Anyway.
Oh, hey, so there's that painting again.
Oh yeah, on the right and on the left. Oh, because you're in the split reality, because you can see both, because that's what they're doing.
What's with the play button? Like,
I don't know.
Like I know.
I honestly, I have no idea.
I know. Like, what's wrong with a nice simple push A to continue?
It's weird too because sometimes, what the hell?
Okay, so this is something I noticed last time too, is that I'll get these lighting bugs sometimes in the split screen sections, specifically in the spirit world. I have no idea why that's happening.
What? There's Christmas lights on your. What is happening?
I don't know.
What
I wasn't
the
sure.
Fuck?
I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be diegetic or not, or if the game was just glitching out.
The game is absolutely glitching out. It is not supposed to be showing this stuff. What the fuck? That's.
Oh no!
Oh, we broke it.
It's bleeding into reality.
Oh no, the material world.
Oh.
We're living in a material world. Wow, that frame rate.
It's fine.
Oh, here you go. Here's your Homecoming reference.
Oh, gotta make you feel every inch of it.
And yeah, the play button thing is just like, I clicked to load, I clicked to continue my save. I already did the player interaction. Like, just load it. Like, just auto load it. Like, why? What are we doing here?
Are you there?
You don't show a loading screen and then like, are you sure you wanted to load this?
I mean, like, there's, like, admittedly, there are plenty of other games that also do the just like, you know, they do the loading screen, and just in case, you know, you got up to do something while the game was loading.
That's a good point because, yeah, if the load is long enough, that makes sense. And maybe the Bloober team were anticipating longer loads. And yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
I just don't know, why it's a play
Okay.
button specifically.
Yeah, that was the other thing that fucked me up because it was just like, oh, because it originally appeared on the Game Pass, and that got me thinking that like some people might go into playing this thinking that it's like, oh, by the way, if you do not know that reference on the left, the horse.
Oh yeah.
That is basically a traced version of horse ebooks, the profile pic for horse ebooks.
Oh yeah, that's a weird thing to put in a horror game, but I'm not against that in particular.
Children.
Everything does happen so much, to be fair.
Everything happens so much. Truer words, you know.
Why can't I play with my friends, Uncle Richard?
Your friends? Oh, Lillian, I promised your father you would spend some time with the other children.
Friends.
You know what? I will accept Horse ebooks reference over Napoleon Dynamite reference.
Yes. Although, above all is, I am cat and I am liking my balls.
All right. I spent a few years trying to steer him in the right direction, trying to make him see the depth of his potential. He kept refusing, claiming that he was no painter and that he saw our little get-togethers as therapy rather than artistic expression. Eventually, I wore him down. He agreed to enter the university, but on the condition that it would be his chosen field, and so he started on his way to becoming an architect. First, I was rather skeptical, thinking that he was throwing away greatness for mere competence, but deep inside, I guess I was glad to be the only one to bring his visions to life. And then he met her. Our painting sessions became few and far between. He no longer needed my help in dealing with his inner demons. Whatever that means. So, I'm seeing here in the spirit world, it looks like we are dealing with a bit of horror meat.
Yummy, yummy. Very Silent Hill 2 Eddie boss area.
I was thinking more end of, like, American McGee's Alice than anything.
Never played that.
It's pretty good. I played a couple years back. I streamed through it and the sequel. Handles. So at a glance, when you look at it, you'd think, oh, there's like, there's asylum imagery and stuff like that. So at a glance, you would think like this doesn't seem like it handles like topics of mental illness like particularly well, but actually it's handled with a defter hand than most things that I've played. Like I think one of the lines that I like the most is basically just Alice being just like, I kind of wish my hallucinations were more interesting. Because it's just like, yeah, I feel like as somebody who does, like, deal with mental illness, sometimes you do get to a point where it's just like, this is kind of getting boring at this point. I kind of wish, like, it would throw something new at me.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of a complaint with modern indie games where it's just like, oh, that's a metaphor for depression. Another one about where it's all about depression. And it's like, I don't know about that. I like metaphors. Go ahead.
Yeah. I remember the first time I met him, working a simple factory job, still more of a boy than a man, wide-eyed, constantly looking over his shoulder like a scared animal. His parents had died in the Warsaw Uprising. Of what he'd gone through in the years that followed, he did not want to speak, and I never pressed him. But it soon became clear he had no one else in this world. I could immediately tell that, despite his young age, he had seen things that no one his age should, and could immediately tell he was special. Okay. I feel like I'm moving slow. Ugh.
Yeah, movement speed is all over the place in this game.
Oh, here we go.
Almost like it's limiting your ability to complete it in under 2 hours.
Don't you think he would be better off in a nursing home? What about his family?
Richard doesn't have any family.
Thomas.
The poor man. It's like he's somewhere else. We were close once, you know. I mean, not that close, but... All right. I'll take care of him.
Hollow like a puppet. Isn't that what Sadness said?
And by take care of him, I mean I'm going to be possessed by a mind demon and kill him. But don't worry about that right now. Oh, this is all very gooey.
Splorch.
Ugh.
A lot of good onomatopoeias happening in this world.
Another letter. A well
I
of
love
inspiration.
reading.
Thomas, I've always been stunned by the depth and complexity of his imagination, mesmerized by the surreal dreamscapes his mind would weave, the way he described them with every minute detail. It was as if he had actually witnessed all of it, as if something or someone pulled the veil and allowed him a peek beyond the edges of our reality. What could it mean? An angel? A demon? Is there really a difference? Oh, I see. We're getting to that Jacob's Ladder shit. I getcha. I know it didn't matter to me as his visions came alive on my canvas. Canvas? Also, hello, Venom Lad. Welcome. Holy shit, is that the Garfield from the lasagna?
It is I, the Garfield from the lasagna. Lasagna cat.
Lasagna. Some would say I use the boy to fuel my waning creativity, but how could I not? To let his unique perspective, this bottomless well of inspiration go to waste, that would be an unforgivable sin.
So, to make this clear, they take... Bloober Team has explicitly said in promotional materials and on the website that they were inspired by Zdzisław Beksiński.
Mm-hmm.
And you have seen that evidence firsthand. They now have a character who is making paintings, who is a painter just like Zdzisław Beksiński, who is... They go other places with this character, but this character is just listening to a kid...
Well, at least part of it.
...describe in vivid detail the things that he has seen, and he is just painting them as this kid says them. So he's not... It's not coming from his imagination. He is literally just painting what this kid is telling him to paint.
I don't know
So
if that's very flattering to the guy whose stuff they're taking inspiration from.
It's not. And for another thing, it gets worse. So I just wanted to point that out because that's something that isn't really highlighted a lot. And I wanted to, yeah.
It became a habit of ours. We'd sit down, sketchbook at the ready, and then he'd close his eyes and start talking, describing all the things he saw in his mind's eye, the horror and splendor of worlds beyond our own. What started as an innocent exercise in imagination ultimately became a bottomless well of inspiration. My hand wouldn't dare rest, sketching furiously as he described the indescribable. For a while, I wondered why he was so eager to share his visions with me. To him, they seemed to be a burden, a source of great pain and distress, but finally understood. He sought to share them with someone who saw them as a source of beauty, rather than that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting some weird vibes off these letters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll happen. That'll happen.
I'm not sure. Okay, so as I've said, I know the directions that this game goes in with some of its characters, and I'm starting to get a little concerned about where this particular plot thread is going.
Be concerned.
I'm very concerned. And as I keep it rewatching, I'm trying desperately to think of a way to rewrite the game to be less thematically disgusting. That's just how I interact with bad media.
Yeah, Daisy. It's... I'm just imagining Daisy like looking at this game and is like, I can fix her.
There's a sense of loneliness coming from it.
Incomplete.
It feels like an upside-down kitty face. Look, he's got a little smile and everything. Adorable.
Meow, meow,
meow. Meow, meow.
You did that with Beyond Two Souls, Daisy. What is happening? Daisy, no. Well, Beyond Two Souls, I feel, is at least a little bit more redeemable than that fucking trash fire. The later one that he did. Fucking, what was it called? The Allegory for Races.
Oh, Detroit Become Human.
Detroit Become Human. Are you familiar with Martin Luther King Jr.?
God, by far one of the greatest like unscripted moments in streaming history.
Oh my god.
God, I still think about because I used to watch a lot of Super Best Friends play, and they did 2 playthroughs of that game. The first one they ended feeling pretty positive about it, and then I remember hearing that after the second playthrough they were a lot less positive about it, since they used that one to kind of like push the limits of the game to see what they could fuck up. Focus on Spirit World here real quick. There's something here. Oh, it's just the paper. Okay.
Yep.
Let's combine with that.
See, that's them problems trying to figure out like why, how they can problem solve well, if we have got the 2 worlds showing, and we show both of them, how do we let the player know that there's something else there in the other screen?
But I can see the thing that's there. I can see both worlds.
No, but you have to see in the other world that there's something there.
But I can see it in the first world.
But you don't understand. It's such stupid fucking. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
We have fun here.
I literally one of the reasons why it's taken me so long to do my next video is because this game is like literally that bad. It is so bad in so many interesting and fucking stupid ways. It is daunting to document them all.
Clip of them having to go to the back of the bus as Marcus made them laugh so hard they were all crying. Yeah, I remember that bit. The one that I remember is when they have to do the graffiti and they go through the options, and one of the options is "We have a dream."
Yes.
And it's just like, come on.
Yes, we have a dream.
I want you to meet Lilian.
Oh, I don't want to listen to this again. I'm good.
Hey, yeah, that looks like there's a doorway that you can walk through.
Well, it's covered in these meat vines in the spirit world, though.
Didn't stop you before, whatever.
No, see, that was when we were using the Silent Hill Origins mirrors. This is different.
It's true. It's true.
This is 2 worlds for the PS3.
I fucking hate Insight. I think it is such a stupid fucking feature that they put into this fucking game. It is just a button to press to increase actions per minute.
I gotta use my detective vision.
It's like Bloober heard people being like, all your games are just oh, that's a puzzle, by the way, if you go back there.
Yeah, but I don't think I have the thing for it, is the thing. Because, like, hold on, let me focus on the material world. Can't do anything. Focus on the spirit world. Sense of loneliness coming from it. All I got is the razor blade.
Oh, right. You have to do something else in order to... Okay, never mind. I forgot the order of events. Because there's another puzzle in this area that has taken all of my attention away from that one. When you get it, you'll know why.
Can't wait.
I forgot what I was going to say. Whatever.
We were all right.
I thought I needed to go through all those mods, but I don't have any spirit power.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about. That's one of the nice things about the game. What is there? Rain? All right.
Oh yeah, there's like a big hole in the roof.
Right. You can tell how much spirit power you have by looking at your arm. Also, enjoy the last time that you're going to use the combine feature in the game in the menu.
I'm so glad.
There are, I believe, if I remember correctly, there are only 2 times in the game that you combine things in the menu. The tutorial is the first, and that combining the paper is the second, and that's it.
Amazing.
So glad they put that in the game.
I have no idea where I'm looking for here.
Did you try to open the door back there?
I did. It's giving me a prompt to use an item, but I don't have the item for it currently.
All right, I think you're missing one of these rooms. So walk to the go back back toward the camera and then go left. That should be where Horse Ebooks is.
Yes.
I believe.
Is there something on these shelves? It's not giving me a prompt for anything.
Okay.
Am I missing something in Horse Ebooks?
Have you used, this is one of the reasons why I fucking hate Insight. Have you used Insight on everything?
I think so. It's hard to tell what I haven't used Insight on, though.
Yeah, generally speaking, when I'm lost in horror games, I try to hug the wall and just see what I can interact with.
Wall hugging it is. Oh, hold up. What's that? Hold on. There's something inside this room. 1 second. I might have found it. We might be good. Nope. Nope. Okay. I might have been seeing the globe.
Did you use Insight on the globe?
Nothing.
Okay.
Weird.
That
Okay.
looks like a way to get out on that side.
Nope, vines.
And you can walk toward the camera?
Yeah, it's... Hold on, let me... 1 second.
Because I know where you get the last part of the music.
Okay, no, it's not the globe. There's something right there.
That might be a glitch.
There's something I gotta do.
Yeah, keep walking to the right and then follow the wall over here.
Oh, this looks great. This looks great visually. Oh, hold on.
I believe there is another feature of the game that you might be forgetting about.
Hold my breath. Okay.
It's not holding your breath. It's
Yeah.
similar.
Crouch.
No.
Okay. Sprint.
I love that you don't know because the game hasn't asked you to do it.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Hold on. It's been a hot minute. I got
Yep.
They spoiled me on the fucking mirror shit. Okay. Cool. Astral projection time. What we got? Alright, hold on. We got something over here. Can't see it. Okay, hold on. Maybe there's... Ah, here we go. Ah, it's a nose. Don't combine. Can't use combine anymore. Combine is now a well, I haven't done the final combination yet, but it's not long for this world. Here we go. The equator. Okay.
It's too hard. I give up.
Okay. Hold on. Wait, hold on. No, not that way. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Son of a bitch. Okay, 1 second. Fuck.
I love video games. Almost.
This way. Alright.
Almost.
Getting there. Shit. Yeah, this is about right.
Nailed it.
Fuck. Okay, hold on.
There you go.
That was the most cartoony pop animation.
Yeah. And look at that. That's fun.
Junction. Maybe it can show me a way out of here.
Okay, this is kind of neat. Oh, listen to that.
Delicious.
You think that's a... You think that's a stock sound effect, or you think that's Foley? They think they got that themselves.
Absolutely stock. Nothing but stock.
Cowards. Everyone should have to make their own, like, meat squish sound effects.
Exactly. Come on, get an H6, a Zoom H6. Go into a soundproof room and just record some fucking meat.
I remember when I was
just slap that meat around.
I remember when I was in college. I think for
you
a film
that you slapped a lot of meat around in college.
No, but no. For a film class, I forget what the discussion was, but I remember looking up information about how they made some of the sound effects for some older Marvel movies, like how they made like the thwip noise for like the Raimi Spider-Man films, or like Wolverine's claws coming out, or Nightcrawler teleporting. And it was really interesting.
Sound design and Foley recording stuff like that. Oh, there's a cat on my front porch.
Is it taking another dump?
No, it's just what is he doing?
Is it sniffing the first one?
No, it's just staring. It's Blair Witching.
Ominous.
Oh, there he goes. You were talking earlier, and I was getting a bunch of ring notifications because a dog came over and pissed in my bushes. Just marked the territory. Just a random dog in the neighborhood just came over. Anyway.
As one does. As one does.
Speaking of dog piss.
But
The medium.
the bad parts, they're always there, aren't they?
You're a very smart girl, Lily. You know that, don't you?
Getting some weird vibes off you here, Richard.
Special.
Her voice, is that sadness?
You're very mature for your age,
Oh,
Lily.
oh God, don't say that.
Yuck.
It looks like we need to, if I'm looking at this right, we need to, okay. Order of operations here is we need to fix the music sheet, put it on the piano. That will activate the Well of Spirit energy, which we will then charge up with to get through the hallway for the moths.
Mm-hmm.
So where the fuck? Oh, here it is. Nope, it's a key.
Aha.
But
A key to a room.
a key to a room and a drawing. A drawing. Alright, let's go ahead and slice this bitch open. Oh, yeah. That is not particularly satisfying, I'm going to be honest.
Is that a doctor getting ready to perform a C-section? All right. Let's get ready to slice this bitch open. Oh, my God.
God. I think she has a line earlier in the game about doing that being weirdly satisfying, doesn't she?
Yes. It was the very first time you did it, I believe.
She's wrong. Incorrect, actually. Sorry, Marianne.
You just she's stemming off of it. It's ASMR for her.
All right, let's get in there.
Hello, G-Man Blue.
Hello.
Your name is Red. G-Man Red, more like it.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It do be like that. What that?
Insight.
Come on, Richard. You were always there when I needed you. Let me return the favor.
I don't know, Thomas. What about my work? The university?
Richard, I know they kicked you out. I'm guessing you finally managed to piss off the right people. Stay with us, old friend. Do it for me. For them.
So he brought him here. Wonder who he meant by then.
Whom he meant. It was weird in Homecoming, but I got what they were going for. I liked it in Homecoming because there were weird teeth that didn't make any sense when you sliced it open. Why are they there? Who knows?
It's so strange in Homecoming too, because really, like, Alex didn't have anything like. He didn't have any very strong opinions of his mom. It was just like, I just the whole thing.
We are talking about like the slicing open the skin to get through doors, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure how that connects back to his mom.
Amnion.
Oh,
the final boss.
Right. Yeah. No. Okay. So, I never understood the
Me
birth
neither.
and pregnancy image. Like okay. A charitable reading would be comparisons between a fetus in the womb and Josh in the lake.
Yes.
But there's nothing else in that story. There's like, it's not a story about rebirth or anything like that. There isn't any character who's pregnant. It's just, it's weird.
The only thing that you can say, and it's funny because it's not even the first time. It is a theme. It is something that they revisit. Like the nurses have fetuses inside of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, why? Like, does Alex have a thing about like impregnating ladies? Like what
because it's not just Amnia, it's the Needlers too, with like the head being like between the legs and the way that they're like kind of they are when they're like standing up. It's just it's strange. Weird tangent. It's just I don't get it.
I do not understand. There's so much about that game that's just like, oh yeah, I love when paper needs to load.
Oh yeah. All right, growing apart. Once he got engaged, we grew apart for a while. Now that I think of it, I guess I was just... Oh, boy. Okay, we're really getting in there, huh? We're getting into the weeds with where this plot thread is going. I no longer had him all for myself. In time, I warmed up to her as well. She was striking, both in her beauty and intellect. Eventually, I accepted the fact that he has found true happiness, true love, strong and pure. Well, as pure as it can be, I guess. In any case, I was no longer needed. When the project came along, the one that would eventually be known as Neva, I pulled all my strings to get him what he wanted, even though I knew it would drive an even bigger wedge between us. Wanted the best for him. He was the closest to a son that I'd ever had. Absolutely rancid vibes. What do we got here? Glasses. There we go.
So, that's how you found him?
Yes. He was just lying there. He,
Mr. Reckowich?
I'm sorry. He was a friend. I just need a moment.
That's not true, Thomas. You thought he deserved it.
It feels abandoned from an early story draft. Yeah, probably the story draft where Josh and Alessa have a big DBZ battle over Toluca Lake.
Yeah, probably that one. Which is funny because, like, I think doing more with the implications of that would be better for the story overall. It's just there are so many. I just wish that it like followed through. It has no follow through.
Wish it was good.
I wish it was good. You know, I wish Silent Hill was good. I wish The Medium was good. I wish things were just. I wish bad things just didn't exist.
Why don't they just not make a bad game? It's so
Why don't
easy.
you just make a good game?
Just make
like,
a good one.
Like, come on, guys. It can't be that
There's nothing
hard.
stopping you. Oh, God. Why? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Why is the prop? What? Okay. I managed to catch it on a good day. Give me this. I want to leave this area. We're coming up on time at this point, so I want to get through these mods at the very least.
Yeah, there is a very clear time where I've been waiting. I'm not leaving until you get to a specific point, and that point feels like a very good out.
Oh boy! All right, so I guess I go this way.
You can run while you've got the shield out, by the way.
Oh, cool.
Not that it matters.
I love having both views for this, so I can see her in the material world, just kind of holding her hand up.
Yeah, it's super like I have powers. You know, in that way, it does kind of feel like she's like a psychic, like one of those weirdos.
Okay, I'm gonna give this game points. The silhouettes of those arms outside the window, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Like waving around like tree branches.
Just wait until you see what they represent.
Oh no! Do they represent arms?
If only.
The Nintendo game.
Oh, yes. Oh, I forgot about arms.
Yeah, most people do. Okay, what we got over here? We got a painting. Oh, nope, not that way. There we go.
Uncle Richard, my arms are getting tired. You've been drawing me for hours.
Almost done. You know, Lily, you remind me of someone. A girl I knew when I was very young.
Did you love her?
Yes. With a young, innocent love, free of the ferocity of adult lives.
Absolutely rancid vibes.
I'm getting a weird vibe from him.
Oh, fuck off. I was saying that.
Sorrow and
Something else, you say?
Something else, quote unquote.
Why did I get a memory of a portrait off a landscape painting?
Why are you getting memories off of phones that I am sure throughout their use have had thousands of calls?
Can you imagine?
But one specific one bleeds through. One very mundane one that somehow helps you complete a mundane task that could have been completed in a multitude of different ways.
Oh. Devouring Darkness. I got an achievement. You found all pages from Richard's diary in a single playthrough. I did it. I got an achievement.
You did it.
It's a rare achievement.
That achievement is such an event. Like, what? I play PlayStation 4, so why is it so long and so, like, really distracting?
So that one, so rare achievements, which means that a low percentage of people have actually unlocked it, do have a longer animation because it's supposed to be a bigger deal that you got it.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess that makes sense, but if you're in the middle of something, or like something like a game that tackles very difficult subject matter, has an achievement like that.
Oh no, totally breaks the mood. It's great.
Yeah.
But no, I like the rare I like getting rare achievements because it tells me, oh, this many people who have played this game have actually gotten to this point. Also, hello, Red Rum Dum Dum. Welcome to the Shark Stream.
Oh, what's up, Red? How you doing?
Is there a single achievement in this game that feels warranted? Absolutely not.
I can't think of any. I mean, well, I don't know. Achievements are a weird thing for me anyway. They're so like arbitrary. It's just like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I will say, like, I feel like I don't know if I mentioned that. I feel like I might have mentioned this last time you were on, but one thing that I do like to do with achievements is I like to look at the story progression ones and see where people drop off. Because it's just like, I think I mentioned that with Downpour specifically, I think most of the ending achievements are considered rare achievements because most people don't finish the game.
Interestingly,
I didn't
you just
actually read that.
If you're doing any kind of cursory investigation of the game, you're going to find these. Like Richard's, the one achievement that's actually kind of tricky to get is the eerie drawings. You're probably going to nail the Troubled Man's Notes. You're probably going to nail the Groundskeeper's postcards. And the other one is going to be the diaries. The only one that's really kind of tricky is eerie drawings because they're a little bit hidden away. So those make a little bit more sense for being rare achievements. You got halfway through and you just got an achievement that is considered rare that I would consider pretty fucking basic.
Which says to me that people playing this game didn't give a shit to find these.
Yeah, so
I noticed that there are achievements in this game for shit that anyone will achieve by playing the game, like you've run a certain number of miles. I mean, yeah, that tends to be pretty standard, admittedly, like distance traveled, enemies defeated, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's pretty arbitrary stuff. I'm sure that stuff is going to be in Silent Hill 2 Remake as well. It's very basic, like, very, very easy. But at the same time, like, also, Red, do you remember what that achievement is called? Because is it Bloober making fun of themselves?
What's it called?
It's called Running Sim.
Oh, okay. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
They get that one.
So, like, I'll give that one a little bit of a pass.
Mm-hmm. For the longest time, there is an achievement in the Silent Hill HD collection for completing the Toluca Lake sequence in Silent Hill 2 under a certain time. And for the longest time, I played through that game multiple times, that particular version of that game, and I didn't ever get that achievement. And I wondered if I was doing something wrong. It was only within like the last half a year that I found out that the sprint button works with rowing the boat.
Yeah.
I was so mad.
I also think, do you have to be on a specific difficulty for that? Because I'm pretty sure the lower. Oh wait, no, difficulty doesn't affect it. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think.
I
I
thought
don't know that it
maybe
does that.
I thought maybe puzzle difficulty actually affects your the ability to control the boat.
Oh, I don't
So
know.
you might be able to complete it quicker if you're on a lower puzzle difficulty. Anyway,
I have unlocked that achievement at this point.
Cool.
Immediately after I found out that you could sprint with the boat. I was finished. They, quote unquote, had to let me go. Me, Richard Tarkowski, whose works were recognized across the continent, whose imagination, as they said, knew no better. It wasn't your imagination, Richard.
Right.
We've established that at this point.
as they said,
As they said, knew no bounds, whose very name became synonymous with fine art. All of that meant nothing to these soulless bureaucrats. To them, I was just a liability, the source of quote-unquote dangerous liberal ideas. I felt betrayed, empty. I needed to get out, away from the hollow sickness of the city, but most of all, I needed a friend, and so I sought him out. I knew his wife had died some months earlier. At the time, I thought it best not to interfere with his grieving, and so now I feared that he'd hold it against me for not being there when he needed me the most. Instead, he offered me a home. Well then. Okay, I gotta figure out where the fuck I'm going now. Oh, hold on, there's a door over here. Is that a door? Hold on. Nope, can't get to it. Never mind. Not a door. Fake door. Door is tricksy. Door is false.
oh, another door you can't go through.
Shit. What's over here? Is this anything? This is nothing. This is useless to me.
Oh, when you go back to that other scene.
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
the stuff over here.
In the foreground, yeah. Just stand in it, yeah. The dandruff. Let it wash over you.
Oh god, it's in my mouth. Ugh. Okay, I'm sure it's this doll. Is it the doll? It's the doll.
It's always the fucking doll.
Love a creepy doll. Wait, so is Lily Thomas's kid?
Here. I bought
Lily
it especially
is
for you.
Thomas's kid, yes.
Okay.
Ribbon?
Oh, that makes this way worse.
Thank you, Uncle Richard.
Here, let me... on the other hand, why don't you do it yourself?
What was that? It's like something stirred inside him.
Oh, don't say that. I'm already feeling bad about this.
Prepare to feel worse.
Hooray!
I love video game the Daisy. Shut the fuck up, Maria.
Alright, what we got over here? The ribbon. Oh no, I don't want to do this.
Just remember,
No, I didn't
Bloober
mean
Team
to.
did.
Oh God! What have I done?
What have you done, Richard?
Cold. What have you done?
Okay, I can accept that. I had the same reaction. Sometimes it's like, okay, I do like it when Marianne's reaction is the same as the one that I'm having. Other times it's just like, hey, shut up. You can't say my thoughts. That's not fair. Get out of my head. Oh. Delightful. I feel really good about everything happening right now.
I had never felt anything so desperate.
I kind of want her to just sit in the wheelchair. Oh my god.
Calling out to me. Wanted to show me something.
Well, yeah, get your wish.
I don't know if I feel like I'm going to regret it. Oh. Yeah? Oh my god, there's another human being in this game. Gage, stop saying what's going to happen.
Also, do you like how the subtitles now that you've turned on the narrator kind of spoils things a lot?
Protect her. Idiot.
Well, I mean, The achievement spoiled it first.
What would you
True.
think of me? I failed you.
I also feel like at this point I've heard this guy's voice so much that it probably expects me to know who this is just based on that. But I wouldn't have.
I'm also
Falling apart.
Sadness was earlier you hear a kid giggle, and in the
What?
the fucking subtitles it said sadness giggles. It's like, oh,
I know.
Boo-hoo, tee-hee.
guess that's who that is.
No, I need to
And it's
be
funny
sure.
because the next line is like, who was that?
Gotta
It's like,
be
well,
something
sad.
around here.
Yeah. It was...
Anyway.
What was that noise?
You want what? Fuck.
Fuck.
I don't know if I can pause cutscenes. Can you pause cutscenes in this game, or is it gonna skip it?
I actually haven't tried. I'm pretty sure it doesn't pause. I could be wrong though.
Look who finally decided to let me out of my cage.
Spirit Thomas.
And only when you need my help. Surprise.
That's probably good that it doesn't let me pause, because this completely destroys what I was going to
Tell
say.
me what you see.
It also looks like it's completely destroying your Series X. Frame rate tanking.
It's around here somewhere. Oh, well, that's real fucking specific. Hey, I'm trying to help here. Sometimes I wonder. Well, it doesn't
Doing
make it
his that guy with the
easier when you
glasses
keep me in the
impression.
dark for so long. Oh, Christ. Thanks for that, by the way. Hell of a way to treat your
Is that
soulmate.
floating? What the hell?
Is what
Wait.
floating?
Damn it!
Something
Is that
outside
on the window?
There's nothing here.
What? Is
Okay,
that clipping through?
Those curtains weren't there before.
What?
I have no idea.
Your Series X is producing some interesting glitch.
Where? What? This is it.
This performance is terrible. I'm so sorry to the voice actor, but this is awful.
You build
Yeah.
tension, grab the fucking thing. Would you shut up?
What are you, a protagonist in a horror game? You're not a protagonist, you're a secondary character.
It's her. No. Page after page. It's like he's obsessed. What is he? What have I done? We couldn't have known. I let him into my home.
Okay, it's doing a lot of implying.
It was
How soon until it just spells it out outright?
How could he do this to her? Fucking bastard! How could he? I told you we couldn't trust anyone but ourselves. Keep it together. Think. What do we do now? We wait. And when he comes back, I'll just... Whoa, easy, Tiger. Remember what's at stake here. Just let me do what I do. You better do it fast. Because if you don't, I will kill him.
All right, good talk.
Well, prepare for more talking.
Oh, it's still
and
going.
This time from the perspective of a person
Thomas.
who has just done a very terrible thing.
Oh, boy.
Wasn't expecting you. Is everything all right, my friend?
Did you do it, friend?
Did I? What?
My daughter. My 13-year-old daughter. I entrusted her to you.
Why show it from this perspective?
Did you do it?
I don't.
I found the sketchbook. Forced myself to look through it. Cover to cover. Every single fucking page! Tell me you didn't hurt her, Richard.
Thomas, please.
Tell me I'm wrong, Richard. Tell me, and I'll let you go.
It wasn't me. Thomas, you have to understand. There's a sting inside of me.
Shut up.
You have to believe me. I wanted to die.
I'll make it quick.
Thomas, I'm so sorry.
She's my daughter!
I never wanted any of this. I should never have come here.
But you did. Knowing she's here. Knowing what she means to me.
Thomas, I swear, I'll go away. You'll never... Wait, what you... No, let me out. Let me out.
Let me in.
Oh, that looked awful.
Much like most of the game.
I don't feel good about any of this.
No. Prepare to feel much, much worse. Welcome to what is largely considered the worst part of the game, aside from the ending.
Excellent.
I love the fucking lag.
This cancer spread far enough. Time to cut it out.
Oh.
So there you go. So, free Richard from his demons.
Well
That's your
then.
objective.
Okay.
Cure Richard's, I don't even know if I could say it.
Okay. I don't think we have to say it. That's...
So there have been a lot of there's been a lot of discussion, and you're about to get into what I consider definitely one of the worst parts of the game. There are multiple terrible parts of this game, but this is the first inkling that I had that, like, oh, this is a special kind of terrible.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a wait, we're making excuses for who now kind of thing. And also, I just wanted to point out, I'm sure Redrum, I agree, they probably were bound by technical limitations. And one really great way of not showing, like, not having to do like a completely new character model and load that in, and then also do a bunch of facial mocap as well as body mocap. And maybe the body, the full motion mocap on your suit wasn't working that day. Some of the info got lost. Who knows? But I will say it is a unmitigated error that Bloober Team put us in the eyes of a person like Richard, and it's because it does something. It makes us, when this person is being mistreated, it makes us sympathetic to them. and there is something else that you're about to come into. This entire level is portraying Richard in a sympathetic light, and it's doing that visually. There have been a bunch of people who talked a lot, and have pushed back against this idea. But I maintain that when you portray a person who has done something terrible to a child,
Yeah.
and you portray them as a child, portraying them as a child immediately makes them a sympathetic character. You don't even need to have them say anything. Imagining someone as a child is a inherently sympathetic thing, because you immediately, and whether or not you enact violence against that child, like at a certain point, minor spoilers, I guess, but Spirit Thomas, gets physical with the child version, the child representation of Richard.
Violent.
And so, exactly. And so in doing so, you are immediately, just innately, just like your gut reaction is to be sympathetic towards the child.
Yeah.
Because it's violence against a child. But what I'm trying to get at is that there are people who said that like Bloober Team aren't portraying Richard as sympathetic. And I wholeheartedly like push back against that, because whether they did it by accident or whether they did it on purpose, it was done.
Yeah.
This character is being portrayed as a sympathetic character, someone who deserves sympathy in some way.
There are visual and symbolic choices made that lead to this reading.
Right.
So this almost makes the thing that I was going to talk about like just needs to take a back seat. But what I was going to say when I was wondering like if I could pause a cutscene was I was thinking just like, well, here's an interesting thing. We're playing as Marianne, so we can see like the spirits she's talking to and the spirit world from her perspective. But now the camera's following another character that we're not playing as, so we just see him as if he's talking to himself. That's kind of an interesting decision. And then Spirit Thomas came in. I'm just like, never mind, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like if they had one way to like that this scene was being read, they like completely they undermine and undercut themselves constantly.
Yeah.
And there are certain things that peek through, and those are things that it's hard not to notice them because they are so strangely sympathetic and antagonistic to the complete opposite like characters that you would expect. There is a level of animosity and uncaringness and a unsympathetic attitude that this game has towards Lily. And there is a level of sympathy and understanding that is given to Richard that is disconcerting.
Yeah. So I don't know if I want to stop here, because I don't know if I want to start here next time.
I did have that thought. Like, this is the part that I was talking about, because
how long does this sequence go on for?
An agonizing amount of time, way too fucking long.
Okay.
But it is, I would imagine that it's probably, I think it's like maybe half an hour, but it does not feel good.
Okay.
There's a lot of awful shit. Also, Daisy Maisie made the fantastic point of the father is only upset about the daughter's essay at the hands of a trusted family friend because he feels particularly strongly about her. Yeah, he says my daughter, like you did it to my daughter, implying that like he wouldn't feel as strongly if Richard had done it to someone else.
Yeah,
which is fucked up and weird and does not make Thomas like a sympathetic character to me. But at the same time, it's like we also have to remember that a Bloober Team is a Polish team. I don't think they necessarily know like the implications of some of this text, and maybe that's rude of me.
I want to give them the
benefit of the doubt,
the bare minimum amount of leeway here, where that feels like more of a symptom of wanting to keep the cast of the game smaller and more tight-knit, where it's just like, in order to craft the story that they were looking to do, all of the characters needed to have some kind of like relation to each other in one way or another. I don't benefit. This is a I know that given everything, it's a bit of a I'm getting in some like Olympic level stretches here to give them the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't seem like a malicious decision. That feels like a narrative convenience.
I would also want to point out, Daisy Maisie also, made the correct point that like, Thomas is like focused on, it's weirdly unfocused. But to me, the Thomas's like sort of anger is like, it's a very typical like sort of portrayal in media, where it's like the father has to like
has that righteous fury.
Exactly, because righteous fury is so delicious in media. And it's fucked up because it's like you're talking about a very serious subject, and to portray it like this, I understand, but you have an opportunity here, and Bloober has it multiple times, to portray that as sort of misguided, as it is unfocused, but it's focused on being retaliatory and that anger. And I feel like the Bloober had an opportunity to do some real good here by portraying that as like a problem. Because I'm not opposed to portraying characters with flaws, that could be highlighted as a flaw in Thomas's character, because it becomes readily apparent at a certain point in this game that Lily needs help, that Lily needs someone who understands what's going on, and Lily needs someone to listen to her and understand what she's gone through. And that's such a powerful. Oh yeah, you got to the video game.
We've got character action.
Oh,
mechanics.
and how do you feel about the hands now?
Less thrilled by them.
Hell Chef, there are ways you could do this kind of story, but Bloober absolutely do not have the chops to pull it off. Yeah, and people wonder why I'm worried about Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's like literally this entire game is taking the narrative devices, the metaphor stylings, the aesthetic. They're ripping it off from other people, but largely Silent Hill 2 is kind of their, especially with this story that they're going for, and the stuff that we just started touching upon. Very deep, complex subject matters that Angela is broached with in Silent Hill 2, and applying them to this game and sort of completely misunderstanding what Angela was getting at in Silent Hill 2. And people are curious why I'm worried about Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's like, it's literally this. And while I do understand also that they have someone else in charge of the narrative for this game versus for Silent Hill 2 Remake versus the Medium. So that is a little bit of a shining light. But this is a thing that has happened in multiple Bloober games at this point, where there was a weird amount of victim blaming. There was a weird amount of animosity towards people dealing with suffering from trauma.
Yeah,
that is.
I will say, like what we were talking about before with regards to Thomas's like fury about this. It's also portraying him like, okay, the sort of like retaliatory, like violence in lieu of like true catharsis is okay. Like that's an interesting angle to go with. It doesn't pair well with putting us in Richard's shoes and everything else that's about to happen, because that's just kind of like tilting the scale more towards sympathy.
Right.
Because it's not just putting us in Richard's shoes, it's also portraying Thomas as an antagonistic character towards Richard, which you're not doing a good job here, guy.
Yeah. Red Rum, the narrative lead, was, I believe, her credit. She is credited as the narrative lead in the remake trailer that we just got like a little while ago. But I believe the last game that she worked on was Blair Witch. So,
Something terrible happened here.
which is problematic, but I'm pretty sure she wasn't the lead on Blair Witch.
Oh, here we go.
There you go. Leave her alone.
Speaking of the last trailer we got, to talk about something that to take our minds off fucking everything happening right now. We talked earlier about like the kind of like clear the building bad blood between Konami and Bloober Team with just like how the Silent Hill 2 remake has been handled. And I think a funny symptom of that was in the Silent Hill transmission. The way that when they were doing like the interviews with like all the Bloober Team employees, the way that they were very clearly hitting on all the exact same talking points in every single clip they showed of them. Just like, this is pure PR.
Yeah.
We got a knife.
Richard,
A knife.
your father forgot his knife. You'd better go and bring it to him.
Oh, door open. Konami burning bridges? You don't say. It's also weird to go from Marianne's less confrontational approach to Richard shouting out, "What did you do to my daughter?" I mean, it is weird. They are different characters. Them handling situations in different ways is like,
Father, you forgot your knife.
I suppose, understandable.
Thank you.
But it is a bit of a
you know what?
whiplash.
Why don't you keep it?
But it's your lucky knife.
And now it's yours. You don't
Remy,
need it.
that's not public info yet.
What?
No.
What?
That's not. Let's not go there until. Yeah, let me get the video out, and then we can all understand what you're trying to get at with that.
The army is heading out west.
Oh God, now I need to see this.
No.
Nah, Remy, it's fine. You said it in a way where it's purely like, what the fuck? You said it in the best way that you could have said it.
We're building hype.
I don't
Yeah,
want
exactly.
either, son. But sometimes what we want isn't what's important. Do you understand?
Something about this hallway is just making me really sad that Tango Gameworks got shut down.
Take
Because
care
now I'm
of
thinking
your
about the
mother,
evil
Richard.
within.
You're the man of the house now.
Bloober yoinking more shit from popular games? No. What are you talking about? I'm so excited to get my video out and really because the entire beginning of it is basically diving into Bloober's history. I don't think a lot of people realize that Bloober, like, when Bloober came out with Layers of Fear, that is a very different type of game than they used to make.
By the sweat
And
of your brow.
Oh yeah, there you go. The type of games that Bloober were making before it was all just of a kind.
And you shall fall.
And the game that they had made before, and this is something that like if more people realize this, they would also probably be worried about Silent Hill 2 remake. Bloober made what is widely considered to be the worst. I think it was a PlayStation 4 game. Let me look it up. It was called Basement Crawl.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a good game.
Till you return to the earth.
Yeah, PS4.
which you came.
Widely considered to be the worst PlayStation 4 game ever made. Like, so bad that they made a new version of it called Brawl, which stood for Basement Crawl, as a free update to people to kind of get back in their good graces.
Those
Like,
tentacles are guarding something.
it's bad. So, Daisy Maisie. Ah, Nazis.
I thought that's where that was going. Okay.
But yeah, I just...
Here we go.
It's one thing to make bad games. It's a completely different thing to make a game that people are like, this is literally the worst game on this console. Like,
as government representative of the Polish Republic, I wish to offer my deepest sympathy and regret in regards to the passing of Lieutenant Thaddeus Tarkowski. He whose loss you mourn He whose loss you mourn died in the noblest of causes. His country will be forever grateful for the sacrifice he made protecting our freedom and independence. Minister of Military Affairs. Okay.
See, that's another thing that I feel like is a missed opportunity with this game. I saw someone in an interview or in a review say that like this game has a lot to do with generational trauma, and I think that generational trauma is something that led to the creation of this game. I don't think that this game is actually like about generational trauma. That is a very interesting angle to go with for a game centered in Poland just after or around the time after dealing with the consequences of World War II.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it is. I think that not many people know what Poland went through during World War II and after. Like, learning about their history, it's fucked up how completely like harassed by both sides that Poland was. What would you say this game is about? It's about. I mean, I don't.
It's about.
Should I spoil it? It is about being. It is about how people can. I think in a lot of ways, Silent Hill 2, you know, flavored this game, and I think that Silent Hill 2 is largely about perspective, and I think inadvertently. My arms are getting tired. Where did I hear that before?
I just flew in.
My arms.
Boy, are my arms tired. I think there's... Okay. Here's what I think the game is about. Well, here's what I know the game is about, actually. There was... we've got a bit of a ways to go here, but there was an account on Tumblr some time ago that was called Sixpence. And they kind of made a name for themselves by posting very sort of like surface level horror stuff that they stole from other sources, generally speaking. And this, they got very popular doing this, and it kind of gave them a bit of an inflated sense of importance as a result of this, and they thought that they were on like sort of the cutting edge of understanding like you know, mental health and stuff like that. So one day, in a fit of self-inflated like inspiration, they just posted the line, hurt people, thinking it was the deepest fucking thing in the world. And that's what this game is about.
It is... Yeah, it is quite literally... but I'm trying to say that, like, it is that, and it isn't that. It is that in the way that is quite literally what happens. Mm-hmm. But it's also it's more in that it's less. It's hard to describe, because this game in a lot of ways is poison. It's toxic. It's the ways that they interface with trauma and sympathize with abusers is really fucked. And I think I think its general reception speaks to a level of how sort of gamers view games as like means of wasting time and as toys, and not realizing the true power that they have and the power to convince people of things and persuade them, and really sort of in subtle ways reinforce bad ideas about mental health and or preconceived notions that like people dealing with mental health issues or trauma are dangerous, when they're the people who are actually being hurt the most, and like disproportionately so.
Yeah.
And so
something very important.
You continue.
Promise me.
So in a lot of ways it's about like what it's not about. It's like the void of caring for people who need it, who desperately need it, is kind of like the theme in its absence, because it just like overtly chooses not to. Like there are several points in this game where characters like right now, we're dealing with it right now. This character Richard is being given a shit ton of screen time, and like his victim isn't. And his victim will become a bigger part of the story later on, and she is never allowed to speak her piece.
Over here.
The game goes out of its way to an absurd extent, and it is so glaringly, like ridiculously obvious what the problem is there, and the fact that no one on that team had the idea to actually like give her like the space to like talk about it or like investigate it. In a lot of ways, this game is about where we are, where it's about Poland, it's about trauma, it's about our inability to confront the difficult topics, our unwillingness to. At the end of the day, like the medium is about
It's a big one. We should
a lot of things. But very literally, the medium is probably like, to answer your question, it's just like as a basic like sort of question. It's the game is about how people people dealing with trauma are lost causes and should be let go of.
Yeah, they're trying to do a cycles of violence narrative,
and
they're not doing a good job of it.
I was just listening to Kendrick Lamar's The Heart Part 5, and there is a fantastic part of that, which this might be a level of sort of appropriation here, because that song is largely about streets and hold on one sec.
Mom.
What a mansion.
Who is he?
He's someone who can take care of us.
But I can take care of you. I promised Dad I'd protect you.
I know, honey. And he would be so proud of you.
Yeah, you kind of need to hear this.
Sometimes a brave heart is just not enough.
Trigger warning, audio of a sexual assault coming up, so please be careful. Please be careful. Do not listen if you do not want to. Please take care of yourself.
Is that like immediate?
It's soon. It's coming up.
Okay.
But yeah, the Heart Part 5, this might be a little bit of appropriation because it's largely about Black culture and the hood, and that plays a very deep part. But there is a line in there that Kendrick says where he says, "In the land where hurt people hurt more people, fuck calling it culture." And it's like, that is exactly what I'm looking for when someone says hurt people hurt more people. Because by just saying it, you're not actually saying anything. You're just like, perpetuating a stereotype. You're not actually doing something useful like Kendrick is, which is saying, yeah, sometimes hurt people do hurt people, and fuck that.
Get over here, you little shit.
This game had an opportunity to do that. This game had the opportunity
I need you to bring me
to teach people
that thing. You know
that idea is toxic. And what does it do? Nothing. Yeah, Red Rum, we've already seen what they're gonna. We've already gotten a taste of what they're doing with Angela, and they're being way overt with it. And the clips that I've heard of Angela, like they're doing the medium thing already, where they're having her spell it out overtly. Before in Silent Hill 2, some people came away from that game not realizing what had happened to her. They were like, what? I don't understand. They didn't realize that. They didn't put the news clippings together. They didn't piece that together. They didn't realize why she was reacting the way that she was.
I don't even necessarily know that you need the news clipping for that. Like, she almost, like, outright spells it out.
Right. Almost. So that's the thing. Like, in the trailer that we saw, she specifically says, like, what? I don't want him to get mad, and like overtly, like fucking, it's. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about how like on the nose her new new lines are, to the point where it's just like, already that trailer did nothing to assuage my fears. I'm still very worried.
Real fucking charmer, that one.
Real fucking charmer, that one.
I'm not sure, like, Spirit Thomas acting, like, flippantly towards a lot of this is also not helping the case here.
Yeah, being weirdly flippant, and then we're literally, like, a minute away from straight up, like, whatever, the audio.
Oh, you little shit. I'll teach you some respect.
I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, boy. Wow, okay.
Don't you love video games?
What the hell did you do to me?
Stay back, or I'll cut you again.
Ungrateful little fuck. Get the hell away from me.
Gladly.
Okay, here we go. Ah, yeah, now I'm fired up.
Get away from me, you bastard!
Oh, here we go.
No! Mommy! Hold on, Mommy!
I like her actually parrying these things.
Ow. Well, didn't
Like,
parry
I think
that
you
one.
can wow, spoke too soon. 'Cause I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure you can hold it down.
Yeah, then it's just, like, a shield, but, like, this just gets them out of the way entirely.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta get through this hallway as quick as possible. I need this moment to be over. Really cool thing to put in a video game.
Thanks for the heads up on that one, Bloober. I was going through that out live. That was,
Spirit Blast!
Kaboom!
Hadoken.
This place again. But not at the same time.
No! You could tell because it's later in the day. It's not the same exact time as last time.
I never would have gotten that. Never would have put that together.
Also, Daisy, you mentioned it before, but like, yeah, the picture with like her arms were down, and the she was like, my arms are getting tired, and then the whole reason that line is said so that you can see the parallel between, because this entire thing, all of this shit is so that you can be like, oh,
It's all right,
Because Lily reminds him
Richard,
of Rose.
Lily reminds him of Rose, and it's like so many things. It's almost comical. It is comical. How many, like, Lily, Rose.
I get it.
Do you get it?
I get
like,
it.
So many times in this game, they like draw parallels between Lily and Rose, and it's just like, do you need that? Like, do you need all of that?
Well, they've hammered everything else home in this game. Why stop now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I'm not starting the next stream of this game with this sequence. This was a good decision. I'm hating it in the moment, but I'm gonna thank myself later.
I'm sorry. That's all I could bring. That's all right, Richard. It's more than enough.
Like, cause I need to skip next weekend because next weekend is when the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion comes out, and I'm gonna be just spending all weekend playing that. So like I'm imagining like an alternate timeline where like I
you drop
I drop this for 2 weeks, then I come back to it just like, oh, this is a great thing to start with.
Yeah, like minutes into your new stream, just fucking essay audio. Oh, look at that! Look at that peeking through. Look at that. What's that? What is that? Anyone know what that is?
Is that the direction this is going in?
Is that what I think it is? Is that? I wonder. If only, you know what? I would think that is subtly telling us in a almost subtle way.
Almost.
that Rose is Jewish. I would think, because that looks like the Star of David, doesn't it?
Okay.
You can't really tell. You can't really tell because it's poking up. Now, if we later on got a better look at it, maybe then we could say for certain.
Maybe. I'm expecting to, because again, they've hammered everything else home. Why stop now?
Exactly.
This is a lot to do in one scene. Like, there's already so much going on here. There's a point at which I have to ask, like, did we need to, like, okay, if it had just been this, like, you know, given everything else in the game, I maybe still wouldn't have felt, like, particularly good about it, but, like, if it had just been this, I don't think I would be as exhausted as I am at this point. But it's also the audio, it's the pretense for why we're here in the first place. It is just
implying that the Holocaust turns someone into a pedophile. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Boy. That's a good review.
Let's continue.
And yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wrote a lot and talked a lot about this, because I was in disbelief. Like, because just people giving this good reviews, it's just like you're not engaging with it. Like, you're not even, like, when people, I vividly remember an interaction with a gaming website who, when I posted my original thoughts on the game, they pushed back and were like, oh, you can have opinions, but like, this is like a bridge too far. And it's just like, dude, if you approach this game in an uncritical way and are like talking about the graphics and the fidelity and the controls and stuff, you are so missing the fucking point of not just this experience, but like games in general, that like it's not even worth my time to fucking talk to you. It is just there is a audience out there that is treating games as purely like toys, purely time wasters, and it is sad and frustrating.
And on that note, Venom Lad is apparently getting an ad for Minions.
Oh, I love Minions. Minions are fantastic.
Oh boy. Yeah, because it's just like if you're playing. Because here's the thing, horror games on like a much more, what's the word I'm looking for? On like more than any other kind of game in like the across the entire like medium.
I know every time I write about this game and its implications on the medium of gaming, I cringe every time.
Horror games, more than anything, are so much more, I don't want to say like disproportionately necessarily, but disproportionately about the narrative more than like the mechanics or like any other part of it. Like,
because I mean, it's largely a function of horror because it's trying like it's innately the idea of horror is trying to instill a feeling into you, and that feeling is fear of being scared. It's trying to elicit a emotion, and it has to do that it has the ability to do that in a myriad of ways. And so a lot of the time they deploy that and they can't deploy that purely in gameplay. Mm-hmm. So doing that in other ways, it's to engage with a horror game purely on like, you know, the technical aspects is, it's a bad it's a bad way of interfacing with them, like in general.
I never know how to properly use this phrase, but would you say it's missing the forest for the trees?
Yes.
Okay. I'm never 100% certain how I'm supposed to use that phrase properly, so...
Well, I think that in a different context that works, because missing the forest for the trees is about basically like putting up a magnifying glass to something and kind of negating the bigger picture. So a good example of that is like CinemaSins. CinemaSins misses the forest for the trees.
Right.
CinemaSins gets hung up on the individual, like possible potential errors, and not realizing that in the greater context, those errors actually make sense. Those errors are in there for a lot of the time. Like a really good example of missing the forest for the trees is CinemaSins saying that the Babadook doesn't make sense because the monster is still alive in the lady's basement, and why is it only going to be content with feasting on like worms? Like, shouldn't they be scared about it breaking out? Like, why don't they just kill the Babadook? And it's like you're missing
the whole metaphor.
Exactly, you're missing the forest for the trees. You're focusing on an individual aspect of it, and that is the monster itself, and not taking in the larger context.
Whoa.
Yeah, psychological horror, Red Rum. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I like psychological horror, because a lot of the time it's predisposed to being more about the things that I want from video games, which is emotionally resonant, emotional resonance, and narrative.
No! Let go of me! No, please don't!
On that note, to go on another tangent to hopefully distract myself from everything that's happening right now. On the topic of CinemaSins, I remember I definitely used to be the kind of person where, like, I feel like if I had gotten into CinemaSins in a much bigger way at a younger point in my life, I would be incredibly insufferable. Thankfully, I'm only normal amounts of insufferable now. But so I remember, I forget exactly what it was, but like I think I was looking. I looked up CinemaSins because I feel like I had remembered seeing videos of theirs when I was younger, and I'd like gone to the YouTube channel and seen like, oh hey, there's some stuff here about like movies I know particularly well. I would be interested to kind of see these. And I remember clicking on one and then just immediately, like almost within like the first 10 seconds, just being like, you're not there's a reason for the things that you're complaining about. They're not just there in a vacuum. And the video was for the 2005 Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah.
Like, I think the first thing that he complains about is, like, because that movie opens with them going to, like, Von Doom Industries or whatever, and there's the big statue of Victor Von Doom. And he complains about the statue. And I'm just like, they literally address that in the scene that you're showing us footage from. Like,
yeah.
There's a reason. It's just it's funny to me that of all the movies that, like, could have, like, I think that movie being the one that sort of, like, broke the glamour for me, where it's just like, this is not a movie I hold in particularly high regard, and even I'm just like, this isn't fair.
Yeah, if I gave enough of a shit to, like, keep doing those videos, one of the criticisms that I thought was interesting was when people were saying that, like, oh, you just do this for you just have a problem with CinemaSins when they do it for videos that you like, for movies that you like. But if you try to do that for a movie you don't like, and you can't do it. And I'm like, I think people misunderstand that, like, that I absolutely love all of the movies that I did this Everything Wrong with videos for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think that I like Age of Ultron is not one of my favorite, like, top 10 favorite movies ever.
That was, like, what I was going to bring up. It's just like I don't think anyone's going to bat for Age of Ultron anytime soon, honestly.
Exactly. Like, do I think that it gets an unfair shake sometimes? Sure, but, like, at the same time, like, I'm not watching it again. I'm good. Like, it's not that great. But
you only do this for movies that have a guy named Robert in them.
Nice. Also,
I made
like,
that joke years ago to you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. But yeah, like, I'm not the biggest. I like the TMNT movies, but, like, the second one is, like, I don't like the second one, and I don't like the third one. But the second one, he said something about. Oh, there you go.
Otherwise acts against his compatriots.
Okay.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
I forgot that they showed it twice. Oh my god. Oh, it's even worse than I remember. Oh my god. It's been a while since I went through this section, because you might be surprised to know that this section is extremely hard to go through, especially when you're making a very long video. Anyway.
I can imagine. Wait, hold on. I don't have spirit juice. Oh, hold on. What's this?
You don't have spirit juice.
Unforgivable crime against the motherland.
First house on the left, right next to the river, with the old cherry tree in front. They're hiding them in the pantry under the floorboards. They let them out sometimes to stretch out, usually later in the day. Some of them even go out sometimes, probably looking for food. Best to come at night.
Swiftly.
Oh.
Punish.
Wait, okay, wait.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Oh, fuck off, Thomas. Okay, so hold on. So the implication here is that they were hiding refugees, and the mom snitched on them specifically to get back at the stepfather?
Now, I would go through this area and look at some of the other. I think you picked up some documents. I would read through those, because
I got nothing.
I got nothing. I think that there's some stuff around here. This is one of those situations where it's like, there is some implication happening here, so we don't know. I don't think we know explicitly what's going on, but what I took from it is what you're saying. I've heard people explain, like, their sort of version of it, where they were the couple, basically, Richard's parents, mother and stepfather, were hiding, both of them, and it wasn't just the mother, or, like, one of those situations. And so the implication is, for me, like, yeah, I would agree that Richard's stepfather was blamed for the mother hiding people away from the Nazis.
Gotcha,
And
gotcha.
the father was killed for that.
Mm-hmm. Kamehameha. Spirit blast.
Just like Kakarot to free oppressed people with a spirit a spirit bomb.
He would.
He would.
He's a good guy like that.
Where are you?
Oh, more parrying.
Sorry.
There we go. Right, where are we headed? We're going this way.
Sorry if I'm jumping around a lot. There are a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, no, it's fine. This way? I could explore this area more, but I'm getting to the point where it's just like, I kind of want to just be done with this.
Yeah, I feel like... I feel the same way. I mean, I'm kind of... yeah, I've been at that point for a while with my video, too, where it's just like, I know the parts that I need to do, and they're all the roughest fucking, most, like, awful fucking parts, and dealing with the implications of that stuff, and it's just, it kind of takes a mental toll. But anyway, if you rush through this part, you're going to miss the joke that I was making earlier, where it's made blatantly obvious that Rose was a Jewish, because the thing that you'd found earlier, the little pouch with the Star of David
in it,
is open, and you just see the Star of David instead of oh, here you go. Here's a metaphor.
Please wake up.
Oh. A little on the nose, guys.
Yeah, it's implied. See, this is another thing that's like, I don't think it's overtly said, because I think that Rose starved to death. She might have been shot, but she also might have ran when the Nazis came.
Ran into the maze and then just...
Yeah.
They took her from
starved.
Yeah, the roses wilting gives that impression.
Yeah, like she's dead. I mean, that's, yeah. The wilt, the sort of fade, the longer fade, definitely. Yeah.
I need everyone who wrote this to stop writing.
You took her from me.
Who you blaming on this one? Or who you blaming? I'm losing it. Okay. Oh, is this it?
Nope.
Nope, that's that is the picnic.
See, and that for me is like saying that she starved.
Because she didn't have any food. There it is.
There you go. Oh, with blood on it too. There you
Oh,
go.
excellent. Awesome. Cool.
Well, I guess if there's blood on it, that means that, yeah, I guess she would have been shot. Or maybe that was someone else who got shot. I don't know.
The exact details of it don't seem to be too important.
Nope, just the main ones that...
just the conclusion.
That Richard's trauma matters, but Lily's doesn't.
Yeah. Where's that gazebo?
She might have coughed blood. Yeah, it might have been cold out and she got like sick or something.
Ah, cool.
Oh, look,
boss fight.
A monster, the Child Eater, that represents CSA, or a person perpetrating it with multiple arms and hands.
You're not
Oh.
Rose?
Oh. Oh.
Oh no.
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. I'm Rose.
That's not Rose, that's Goro from Mortal Kombat.
Kind of changing Goro's, how I feel about Goro now.
Oh no. Oh, Richard, stop that.
Oh, now speaking with his older voice. Interesting. I wonder why they did that.
Lily?
Ugh.
See, this is Daisy. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like they couldn't even let that like be implied. They had to. Oh, right, lily, plant, yeah, flower, yeah. It's like they had to fucking shove your like nose in it. It's like, dude.
Yeah, we got there.
It's like one of the great things about Silent Hill 2 is that it knew when to just shut up and like let it what is being implied to be implied.
All right, time to spirit bomb this thing.
Daisy, that is a fascinating like aspect of this that the game does not give a shit about, and really, because it could have been just like that. It could have been more of a relationship like that, and then like Thomas like sort of misinterpreted it or something. But no, Richard dropping to his knees and saying, "Oh my God, what have I done?" The ribbon being fucked up. The drawings, the sexual drawings that that are heavily implied to be made of Lily, and later Spirit Thomas's confession to Marianne.
Oh my God, is this literally a boss fight?
You might think that, but
I might
realize who made this.
Oh, hold on.
And what they are known for right
Spirit
now.
Blast.
Help! Somebody! Please, help!
Over here, kid.
Please, mister, I need help. The monster, it's after me.
Monster, you say? And what does this monster look like?
Sir, there's no time.
There's no time.
We have to get out of here.
It's okay, Richard. Why don't you take a moment to catch your breath?
Do I know you, mister? Are you one of my stepfather's friends?
No, kid. I'm not planning on making any friends. I'm here just for you.
What? No! Don't come any closer! Don't touch me!
I'm sorry, kid. I know you tried to run.
I do wonder, so that I can... Conversation topic, so I can ignore what's happening right now. Why is it that Thomas's spirit form is a separate entity where Marianne's is just herself, but in the spirit world?
So that's
It was pretty overwhelming at first.
Oh, I've never been happier to hear Marianne's voice.
Different somehow.
It's implied later that well, I mean, I would have to get into a little bit of spoiler territory, but they do touch on that. Something specific happened to Marianne. Thomas had some stuff happen to him, but his reaction to it was different.
I'm not sure we needed the material world point of view for this.
I don't think we ever need it. It's like, is anyone really looking at the material world in any of these split screen scenes? Like, all of the interesting shit is happening in the spirit world version. So it's like... I love her I love her pretending to be like in the top, like, oh no, I'm being strangled.
All because of her. I know you, Johnny. You smell just like her.
Like the girl who suffered because of you? The one you preyed upon?
She came to me because she had
acting like you ever cared about her.
She was the light of my life.
Ugh.
The warmth of my soul.
Your soul has brought it away. There's barely anything left. Now, it's just your sins. I almost feel sorry for you. You're nothing.
Okay. Absolute base level thing I will give this game. Marianne is basically pushing back against everything this guy is saying. So I do appreciate that. Like, she's not accepting anything at face value that this thing is saying.
Give it a sec.
Okay.
You can set me free. I can feel it. Please do it.
You don't deserve it. You deserve nothing. Nothing. Do you hear me?
Then give it to me. Please. Do not exist. That's all I want.
So be it.
So be it.
You're nothing. I don't. Everything you're saying is bullshit. Fuck you.
Not your judge.
But pretty please.
I'm just the fairy
Okay.
man. Be gone. Richard.
There is a degree. This isn't like a gentle exorcism like any of the other ones. There does feel to be a degree of animosity in it.
It's one of those things where
bare minimum, like I said.
Yeah, the bare minimum. At least they didn't have a person say, "Actually, yeah." It's different too because it's like it's separating. In being a bare minimum thing, they kind of fucked up because they separated they took a very complicated thing that someone did, and they separated the part of them and said, and placed all of the blame on it and said, "You're the reason.
Mm-hmm.
This monster, the child eater, is the reason that this person did this thing." And that's the part that was just exercised. It was just the part that Marianne was like, you're nothing. You're bullshit. I'm not you don't deserve to even, to be talked to." And then, oh, wait, no, actually, yeah. All right. I'll give you what you want. But for me, like, that's a little bit of a tangent. For me, it's more the fact that what Richard did was kind of blamed on something like external to Richard, and kind of turned into this idea that, like, oh no, he did these things for a reason, and those his history created a monster inside of him that then pushed him to do the things that he did.
It removes his agency from his actions.
It was never his fault. He was not the one who did those bad things. Those bad things were pushed upon him, and he was forced to do those things. So yes, his agency was taken away. It is making an excuse for what he did, and I find that pretty shitty.
Yeah, that sucks.
Though it is not interfacing with the subject. Someone on Twitter a while ago said something very, very poignant. I forget what their name was. I really wish I remembered, but in the moment I don't. They basically said, like, it really feels like a lot of this game was Bloober coming up with cool ideas for monsters and backstories, and then kind of retrofitting it all together to make in the mold of Silent Hill 2. But they didn't realize that the implications for all of these monsters and the things that they represented were like completely antithetical to, like, to a proper, like, sort of interaction with trauma and dealing with these situations, and having an earnest and honest conversation about these topics. These are like Bluebird Team isn't bringing these topics up to have a conversation about them. They're bringing them up because they wanted more fodder for their haunted house.
Right.
And that is appalling. I really that's fucked up. And it's like it just becomes more and more apparent the more you play the game.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, for sure. All right, well,
yeah, Daisy says Richard almost exactly says to Thomas, "It wasn't me. There's a monster inside of me." Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be where we're going to go ahead and call it for the night. I want to thank Bob. Thank you for joining me for this stream.
Yeah, no problem. Super fucking bummer, but yeah.
I feel like it would have been tougher to get through this section of the game if I was by myself.
Honestly, this is where a bunch of people actually quit because they could not handle like, and I totally understand and sympathize.
Shit's rough.
Yeah, dude.
And
it's rough.
not in a particularly like I've played plenty of games that handle like difficult topics in one way or another, some better than others. Like I really like The Missing, JJ Macfield and the Island of Memories. I don't think it is like I wouldn't say it handles everything perfectly, but I feel like it handles its heavier subjects well and in a way that's interesting to talk about. This game is not doing a good job.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. And it sucks because and I talk about this in my video, but basically like it has the opportunity to. You can like I'm not even opposed to presenting these topics the way that they have been, as long as they are the narrative sort of comes around on the idea that this is not the way to like sort of talk about these subjects, to interact with this with these subjects, or portraying like Silent Hill 2 did, portraying the situation as a tragedy, as the reason why bad things happen is because people aren't interacting with these subjects in a way that is helpful to the people who are suffering. And yeah, so also Hell's Chef, it wasn't even his trauma, it was Rose who was shot starved. I don't think I agree with that. That's implying that like people can't have trauma for other people going through like terrible stuff. And I think that like I think that trauma is it can affect other people outside of yourself. It's like you being a parent of someone who had something awful like what happened to Lily happen to them, that is in its own way a trauma. But that's not to say that it's like Lily's fault.
Yeah.
And that's a thing that this game completely fucks up. It legitimately at a certain point blames Lily for
what happened,
what you will and what you will learn later. It's weird because it doesn't even overtly do that. It heavily implies it because of how they view the Maw, which it speaks to a level of like they're just thinking of these things as monsters. They're not engaging with the actual fact that they are metaphors until one of the characters straight up says, "Oh yeah, this is a metaphor. Like this thing happened because of what happened to you." And it's like, God damn it. Like you guys fucked up in like every way imaginable, and it's so deeply frustratingly irresponsible. Anyway,
but yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and call it there. I do think it was a really good idea to not have to start with that sequence next time I play this, so I'm glad we kind of pushed through that. But yeah, Bob, thank you again. Thank you so much for joining. It's
no problem.
Great having you on again.
Yeah, maybe we'll play something good next time. Maybe hit me up when Silent Hill 2 remake comes out. I'm gonna be going over that a bunch.
Oh, absolutely.
Hell Chef, I think it's just the context of it serving as an excuse for abusing Lily. Yeah, okay. Now that you explained it, okay, I can follow you on that one.
Yeah. So what do I have to? I have a whole outro that I have to go through, but like my brain is fried. Okay. Um, if you want to keep up with the Shark Stream, you can subscribe here on Twitch. We have special emotes for subscribers. You can also follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, co-host at AcidXShark. That's AcidXSHERK, where I post all the streams as they happen. Or you can follow me on YouTube at AcidXShark, where I post all the streams after they happen. Art for the stream, thumbnail art was done by my friend JCat, who you can find on Twitter, Tumblr, co-host at Dandy Mahwin. That's DandyMathuin. Great person, great art. Highly recommend checking his stuff out. My VTuber was done by Audrey B of Team Catpull, who you can find on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, co-host VGen Blue Sky at Team Catpull. That's TEAMCATPLE. We will be rating them, so if you want to go ahead and stick around for that, they are playing. What are they playing right now? Persona 3 Portable. Yeah, you should commission them, by the way. They're open for commissions. You should do that. Use their VGen. Don't email them. They'll contact you. Bob, where can people find you?
Bobvids all over the place. I prefer people come on over to Blue Sky. I'm trying to be more active there than on other websites. But if you do want to, I am also on Twitter at Bobvids. Blue Sky, I am at bobvids.com. YouTube, I'm Bobvids. Everywhere I'm Bobvids. Discord, all that good stuff. If you want to find me, I have bobvids.com. That has all of my links. That's a link tree. So that's got everything, links to my Discord, social stuff. They'll post all my latest stuff on the website. So yeah, it's great.
Upcoming
Also,
streams. Oh, yep.
My avatar that you're seeing right here, the Garfatar, that was done by OThatNK on Twitter, and you should follow them. They are great.
Yep. Upcoming streams, we've got Amazing Spider-Man on Wednesday, Immortals of Avium on Thursday, and then taking a break for the weekend for Dawn Trail. So I'll see y'all then. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. See you next time on the Shark Stream. Same Shark time, same Shark channel. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.